Oh my. Whoa. What do we got going on there? Little echo going on there. Woo. Wait a minute. I suppose I screwed that all up. All right. Michael Gale, I will send you the link right quick. Been a bit busy day. Wrong link. What do you mean wrong link? Let's see if I can. Here, I'll just drop it in the chat and y'all can grab it. Oh, my goodness. Crazy busy day. Hello, everybody. I know I didn't get very many people. I'm running behind. I hate being behind. What is your problem here? Paste. There we go. Oh. Anyway, really busy day. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of misinformation, but there's a lot of good things that are coming out. So, okay. Anyway, thank you guys for all the information today. My head feels like it's going to pop for the information that we put in and out of this thing. We've covered some information today. There's Julie.
Howdy.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, let me know if I'm on data tonight. So we're going to see if I have. Go ahead.
So far, it's really clear.
Okay, well, this is supposed to be premium data. 100 gigs or 50 gigs a month. So let's see if I break up or not. I need to know.
Okay.
So how are you?
I'm stressed.
Go ahead, Travis. Go ahead, Travis.
There's Michael. There's Country. What's up? How's everybody today? I've been so busy the last 2 days that my mind is about to go crazy, and everything is changing at a rapid pace. So I just need to take David Devine's advice and just calm down. Just everybody calm down. Michael, how are you today?
I'm not doing too bad. Just happy with a lot of the good news that is coming out. So
we at least got something going into the right direction.
Right.
There's a lot of, actually, Debbie and I spent 4, 5, 6 hours talking about the Supreme Court stuff over the last 2 days, maybe a little longer than that. And she's made some really interesting connections too that I find interesting. I need to go back and try to do that because I was literally buried in information today and yesterday and the day before. Anyway, so everybody knows about the Supreme Court thing. Everybody's got questions, and there's a lot of information that I don't think is being portrayed correctly. Now, according to their documents, it has been decided on October the 6th. Now, will they issue an opinion on that or not in public? I wouldn't think so, because I think it's going to be on a magnitude of national security when it's all said and done. I would not be surprised. So, and I think that if they issued it in public, I think it's going to cause grief on both sides. Or for both sides, because I don't know how to think about it, but you know what I mean. Either way, it could cause grief. So, but I think with the House coming out today and saying, look, this is what we're going to do, and they held zero bones back today. They let it fly. They're actually looking into the trafficking of this administration as well. I was like, whoa! I almost went on live today when that C-SPAN thing was on. Actually, thank you, Lily J, for sending that to me this morning, because my mind was just blown apart when I seen that stuff. Yeah. Let's see. So a bunch of the dates don't make any sense on it. I know they've supposedly decided on the 6th. Well, does anybody realize that the 6th was a Sunday? So I don't know what that means. Would they have had a session to do that on?
Well, if it's possibly an emergency, of course.
So it was filed. Let me see what day it was filed, because that's going to be another question that I'm going to have, because they didn't go right to it for some reason. Let's see. I want to say it was February when it was filed. Well, if it was that big a deal, why didn't they jump right on to it? Or maybe it was that much information they had to go through, because this could be a really complicated case. They've named 388 people in this lawsuit. So, I mean, it implicates. I'm going to listen on the picture. Oh, okay, that's all right, Texas. I just thought maybe you might want to pop up. So I don't know. What's everybody's thoughts about all this? Because, like I said, my head's just mashed potatoes right now, because there's just so much to try to absorb and dissect.
And the thing about it is, it's just going to be more and more every day. Well, I mean, now that the handcuffs have come off, they can do so much now.
Right.
A lot of investigations can open up. That's why when I sent you some of those, what they were talking about today, that they're going to have people working in so many different areas. Oh wow.
Yes. Yeah, the gloves are off on this deal.
That's right. Gloves are off.
Yes, the gloves are off. And they didn't make any bones about it either. They come right out just as soon as they thought they had what they needed, and they said, "Look, here it goes." And did you see the spin they tried to put on it? It just cracked me up, some of the questions that they were asking. I was like,
"Oh, of course."
Yeah,
they were trying to get off track what they were trying to do, and they were saying, like when he stepped up and they wanted to start talking about, January 6th, he said, no, we're not going to go off track. We're going to stay on what we're focusing on right here. That will be another time.
Yeah. They didn't backtrack. They didn't hesitate. They took those hard questions and nailed them. And
right.
I think they shook a big bunch of Washington D.C. today.
Oh, I know they did.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm telling you, those people pooped all over the place today.
Oh yeah, they were scrambling, because now that more of the word can get out of what was going on and what their doings are. And just think, it's not just us Republicans and stuff the taxes came from. It came from the Democrats all over the United States. Yes, came from their pocket as well. So, they got robbed as well.
They sure did. But they did it. This is, I don't know. I just couldn't. I was in disbelief when I started listening to some of this stuff today. I just couldn't I was still not quite absorbed at all.
I know. I sent you like 3 or 4 videos.
Yeah, you and about 14 or 15 other people. I was getting stuff and I was going, wow.
Yeah.
Oh. So Deb did some digging, and what she did, she took the names on the court filings and chased them back and found some interesting stuff. Deb, you want to tell them about that?
Let me I want to go back and try to pull that stuff up again. Okay, this is the deal. Whenever I pulled it up, if you go back, it goes all the way back to the election interference that was held in Arizona. Okay, that's where this filing started at. Okay, now that right there says that if they filed it with the courts, that's how everybody's linking it to all of the people in Congress that voted to go ahead and certify all of the states. That's why even Pence is included in that. Altogether, I think there's 300 and how many names,
88.
Travis?
388.
388.
Yeah, there's
And if you look at other documents, they're also linking the trafficking stuff. It's like a domino effect. One thing's leading into another thing, And all you got to do is put a couple names in there. And man, you look and you see all of these court cases that are just popping up. And they were not doing that the other day, y'all.
Yeah.
So it's now like they're unlocking stuff on even when you type in your search bar. There's things that are coming up now that were not coming up the other day. It's like a key's been unlocked.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
yeah. I gotta send Dawn the link to the. I forgot we were on the backup channel or the backup of the backup of the backup.
Yeah, 59.
Yeah, I didn't see it come up on YouTube. I've been searching for it, but I don't see it.
Yeah, did I not text you the link? I tried to.
Yeah, you did, but I'm looking on YouTube on my tablet and I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is there.
I'm checking right now, but I don't see it.
But I had like 30 different documents, that basically pulled up right after that. That just one after the other. And we just started reading through them, and it's like it goes in from one thing to another thing. So they're pretty much tying everything together.
Oh yeah. There's going to be so much coming out that it's going to make people's head spins, and they're going to be going, wow, did we get the blanket thrown over our face?
Yeah, no doubt. I'm sorry, Sissy.
Hello to her.
Sissy Cam, I'm still getting. I bet you I've gotten 100 text messages in the last hour. The emails are going nuts. I'm sorry, Sissy. Special pay. Richard, Kathy, Lily J. If I missed anybody, I'm sorry. I'm having a
David N. Oh, there's Don 07.
Don 07. He sent me a message, and he's not getting notifications either. The House Republicans are going full. Yep. Oh, Biden, I'm with you, Don. I think it's going to be a good time. No, I don't want to. No. There we go.
Yeah, I'm not
Debbie,
trying
by
to
the
ignore
way.
chat. Hey, honey buns. I'm to ignore chat, everybody. I'm just struggling right now. I'm trying to multitask. My husband's coming home, and I have lost my other pair of glasses in.
Uh-oh.
So
Right.
I'm struggling looking at all these little words.
That's why I'm trying to get it on my tablet so I can see it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I sent it out to my daughters to see if, because she lives in Idaho, and I was going to see if she was going to come in the chat, but I can't see it because it's too small, and I'm trying to look it up on the tablet. It's not coming up.
Oh no. I can text you the link if that'll help you.
Well, I won't be able to get it because I'm on here with you right now.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Telegram been vibrating, screaming all day, Patrick. Yeah, mine started about 3:30 this morning, Patrick. I finally had to turn my notifications off on my Signal, on my Telegram, on everything. I had to shut them all off because it was just one right after another, over and over, and I was like, oh, and I knew I had to get some sleep. So
Okay, now it just finally popped up.
Okay. I think everybody's having
Travis, is
trouble.
Miss Brenda in the room?
Say again.
Is Miss Brenda in the room?
Miss Brenda is in the house.
Hey, Miss Brenda.
Yes, she is. Oh. I need to be in this one, don't I? No, I don't need to be
I
in
wonder if I left my glasses on the chicken pen.
Chickens can see now.
Oh, there you go. Oh, she's coming for the eggs.
Yeah. All right, I got to get over in here. I'm going to jump into here. I may echo for a second, but I don't mean to. Oh.
I don't hear anything, Travis.
Well,
There you go.
I hit the mute button instead of the camera button because I was trying to move the. I was trying to get some other stuff going over here too. I hope this is not the Q way. No. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I think I got everything straightened out now. All right. Now my Telegram, I had to turn all my notifications off. It was crazy. I turned every notification off I have because the phone was just constantly going. Okay.
That's why you weren't getting.
Well, and I told you I don't go on my Facebook very much, and I guess the notifications are turned off, but it won't even interrupt. If I'm on a phone call, it won't even interrupt me and tell me that you called. So
3 days.
We'll get that fixed. Well, maybe.
You better fix it.
I thought you
She's
were trying to
gonna get
divorce me, Travis.
No.
That's it. You're just not going to take my call. That means you're going to divorce me.
No.
Okay.
I got to find the. All right, that's going to have to be something I can do here when I'm not scrambled potatoes in my brain, okay? But like I said, all you have to do is send me a text message. Then I can know. Then I know you're there.
All right.
Issue list. Comer, who was the lead, the charge on the C-SPAN. What is it? Okay, so
I think I'm going to go to Dawn's house for dinner.
you wanted to what? Oh,
I said, I
Don?
think I'm going to go to Dawn's house for dinner. He's got food every night. He's got plenty of food. He's having marinated chicken. He did it for 3 days. I don't know, but creamed corn and red potatoes. That sounds like such a good dinner.
That's a pretty good dinner right there.
By the way, hi, Michael. I haven't met you before.
Hello. Yeah, I've been here a few times.
Yeah.
I understand that you live down here in Southern California.
Well, no, I live in southern. I live in basically central.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everything Southern
Travis,
California to me. I just
you,
I can't keep track of everybody like I should be able to. You know what I mean?
well,
Yeah.
my toes are almost to Mexico. So let me. Oh, good. Good.
Yeah, I bet you see a lot of different stuff going on over there now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've lived here for 30 years, so I'm pretty well used to. San Diego is beautiful.
Yeah, I've never been to San Diego.
Yeah, I did home health nurse. I also worked in Modesto, and then I settled in San Diego. Chico is really nice. All those beautiful communities.
Just in case says I could skip the cream corn, but it'd be delicious at FEMA Camp 6.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. I guess we're kind of 50-50 on that, right? Whether those kind of.
Funny,
I agree with
anyway,
you, Michael. Oh, when you said that to talk about the J6, and he said no, we're sticking to here.
Right. Yeah, because they were trying to pull them off track of what they were, what they were coming out and really talking about how they're getting this all together for Hunter Biden and how Joe Biden is connected with it. So.
Right. I heard that question, and I would have probably the question, and I thought, wow, that was great that he said, nope, we're sticking to what we're here for. And
That's right. Well, I think they had
I'm sure they're going to too. Go ahead, Michael.
It's been going on for a while. I mean, it's not like they just up this investigation. He said clearly today that they've been looking into this since 2017. I'm pretty sure if they don't come up with a plan, we all need to be pissed. I agree, but thank you. Thank you. Oh, well, I still think it's a good move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think what they need to do is just really focus on digging up what the truth is, not like what the Democrats did trying to go after Trump for the Russia deal. So they want to make sure they've got the truth to give the American people, not this lie and all this BS.
Right.
That's exactly what he was saying. So, they'll be bringing out more and more that they find, and then once they get enough, things are really going to happen big time. They'll be coming soon.
Yeah. Well, and I don't think that they can start beginning to fix this problem until we get some of this other bullshit shut down. Sorry, I just don't think so.
Oh yeah. So they like I say, they got a team. Everybody's got a certain job to do, and they're just going to be hitting it like hard rock. They're just going to be hitting it hard.
Right.
And that's what us true Americans, really need to see get done, because we've been in this funk with the way that the Democrats have been doing this, and everybody's affected. Even people that voted for them are in this funk. They're feeling it as well. And I know I've heard a lot of people that have, stuck with him, at the beginning, and now they're really seeing the real, the real picture now, and they're not liking what they're seeing. And now with this, more of this coming out, it's just going to be a downfall for them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're at least going to be headed in the right direction, because once this administration gets neutered a little bit harder, I think that the policies are going to have to start coming back around.
Yeah.
Biden come out and run his mouth again today and said he's not going to do any more drilling. How much sense does that make?
He doesn't make sense. That's a problem.
No. We can't just use what we're producing right now. It's going to
Yeah.
we're going to have to continue to find and explore. Oil and gas is not a guessing match anymore. They've seismographed this whole country. All they need to do is pick a spot and drill, and it never fails them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And
we had
like
they said the other day, we have so much oil underneath our feet that it would just, it's stupid to buy it from somebody else and pay this top dollar when we have it right underneath our feet.
Right.
So, and everyone, I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican, you're all suffering for it. You know, it's a chain reaction from gas to food to so much. We're all affected.
Right. There we go. Okay. If y'all hear static at times, yeah, there is some static, but I don't know what it is.
I'm only hearing a little bit here and there, but nothing terrible.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like I say, it's awful on that end. It's not bad on this side.
So we're getting a little bit of it now, but
and I can't tell where it's coming from.
Yeah.
It's not bad. Okay. When I'm 50 or 60% deaf, it doesn't bother me anyway.
Yeah. Well, I have to put earplugs in my ears so that way I can hear.
Right. Yeah, I need hearing aids. I've got tinnitus, something terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, I do too.
Yeah. It's agitating, especially at night.
Yeah, when everything is really quiet, yeah, it really can get you. But tendonitis can be caused from so many different things. It could be just from working in a loud machine shop to loud music, or it could, be like in my case, an explosion, So I'm just glad I didn't lose my hearing.
No, I have not seen that, Cindy. In the video that Nancy Drew presented at an event in Texas, it shows what's actually been seen in DC the last 2 years, not censored version she shared. Is that on her Telegram? So I don't know. There's much information, as many hours as I spent on the phone today and yesterday. I'm drained. 70 inches of snow. Is that where you live, boo? Everybody's talking about going to FEMA camps down there. Oh, mercy.
So, you were telling me earlier, you think RH might come in?
Yeah, he said he'd come up for a little bit of thing. I think he's still over there live on his. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Okay, I got it, Canadian. I'll pull it up on my phone and I'll have 900 instead of 899. Okay, there we go. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if my daughter's going to come in the chat, but I don't know if she's watching or not. But
Right.
yeah, because she's really when I sent her this stuff, she was just like, oh right, this is great, you know. So she lives in Idaho, and even there, you know, she's feeling it, you know. So
I think everybody is. You know.
yeah, well, I think more than others, depending on, you know, what's going on. I think more depending on your situation, some are feeling it more than others. So,
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Getting hot.
No, I'm getting cold.
Cold.
You getting hot?
No, I took the jacket off. Yeah, in different parts of the country are feeling it. Like you guys out there, it's awful.
yeah, our gas prices are crazy out here, so I don't be driving too much. Only when I really need to. I only drive my car just, you know, just right down the street from the store or something like that. But yeah, we don't go too much.
Yeah, that's what Julie was saying. She said she'd just like to get back to being able to put gas in the car to go do stuff. You
Right.
know?
Exactly.
Ridiculous. What is it?
Yeah,
Almost $7 a gallon out there now.
Yeah, people that are on a fixed income, and you know, they only get just enough just to get what they can, and then they got to choose between gas or paying a certain bill. You know,
Yeah.
and that's crazy.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
It's back up to $6 here in San Diego.
What's that?
Kept $6 in Diego.
It's back up to $6 in San Diego.
Yeah, they said after the midterm, it was going to go back up, and it's already doing it. I don't know what it is here in my area because I haven't driven for like 3 days or more.
Yeah. Hi, Helen. Good to see you.
For the people in charge. I sure hope soon.
Hi, Watt.
Oh, they didn't take it down, Cindy? I figured if she had to show it offline, it'd probably be one of those take down. I've got so many strikes now, I don't want to jeopardize another one just yet.
So do we need to start using keywords?
No, I don't think so. We won't get enough people over here to make that much difference anyway, I don't think. I think this is on like the second video. Oh, there's Brenda. I didn't hear you, and I can't see you yet, but we're looking for you. There you are. There we go. Maybe. There we go.
Hi, Brenda.
Hey, Hey, not much. What's up with you?
My head's in a pot.
Here's maybe what a question Michael can answer. And I'm going to be kind of blunt because I'm tired of being polite. I don't really care whether they had their midterms or whether it was before the midterms. They've had all this proof. I mean, legitimate proof that crimes were committed by all these people. Why the frick do they need to have investigations on it when there's clear criminal activity? They should just be charged and arrested. Period. We don't need any
You could-
more investigations.
But who's you going to get to come out and charge them? With us not having the majority of anything, we couldn't even get an investigation.
Right.
I think all the investigations are on this stuff is pretty much wrapped up, and I think that's
Because in the House, because
A
in the
sheriff
House they
can
have
arrest
to.
any of them.
Right. But from now that it in the House, you have to have a majority vote. But back then, of course, the Democrats were holding the seats. Now the Republicans are holding the seats, not by much, but they're holding it. Now they can open this up because their hands were tied. Yes, sheriffs can do investigations, but with the House being opened up, where Republicans can open this up now. That's why.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what do they need investigations for when they have clear proof of criminal activity? The sheriffs can just go in and arrest them. They don't need an investigation. They already have the proof.
Right.
Well, okay, but has the sheriff of the county been given the information to file the charges? Would be the next question, because I'm sure the government hasn't released any of this information outside of the government.
Right.
That would be my only explanation for it.
Right. And then on top of that, with this information that they have had, that they do have, now with, like I said, with the seats being opened up for the Republicans, if you don't understand how that all works, they can't do anything. They can't do nothing about any kind of investigations until that happens. You know, they can have all the proof they want, and they can go to the sheriffs and stuff. But until then, it's going to be. That's why the Democrats are scrambling so bad and trying to get the House taken, so that way they could stop it from happening. That's why Nancy Pelosi said, "I'm out of here," because she knows it's coming. She knows it's coming down the line.
Well, this is my point. Anybody else commits a crime and there's proof of it, whether it's video evidence or documentation, there's no big drawn out investigation. They go and arrest them. So why do they have to go through all this crap for these people?
Because they're in a high position. We're just little pawns, and they're in the hot seat. They're in the high seat. We're just little pawns we're just little fish in the pond, and they're the big fish that can eat the little fish. And that's what, until everything line up, then when they have all the evidence and they've got it, then they can bring it out once they're the big fish.
Right.
Now they are.
Hey,
I shared a video the other day about, there was somebody talking about, somebody from our side was saying, hey, it's only 6, 8, 10, or 12 of these people that are telling all the rest of us what we're going to vote on, and nobody else is getting any legislation. He said, our side just as guilty as their side is about it. He said, the shit's got to stop.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever's in control, they control what goes to the floor. And without control, we can't do anything. And without having those things, we can't even share that information with the local law enforcement to have anything done. And we can't arrest them while they're in in session. We can't arrest them while they're going to and coming back from session. So, I mean, our time is so limited. How the hell do you get to them? They've done all this for a reason. They did it for this reason right here. And hopefully this shit will stop.
Mm-hmm. That's why they're bringing this out to the public really fast. And so that way the public gets, knows that they're working on it, and they're not going to waste time.
No.
So the doors are open. The gloves are off. The doors are open.
Okay.
And I think some of our side will feel the wrath of that too.
I know you said, Travis, that you had to shut everything off last night because of all your notifications. But did you happen to have a look at those two things I sent you from Grassley, or did I only send you the one?
I looked at Grassley stuff, yes.
That was epic.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was good stuff.
It was like his constituents should be so proud of him, because that man right there is a patriot. And he came out today, I think it was earlier this morning or late last night, with another one in session, accusing the FBI of sexual misconduct and other things right in the House.
Yeah.
Miss Julie,
to him? 5? No.
oh, I don't know. I put both of them on my Telegram because those were both epic. It was like, go Grassley, go Grassley.
Well, they're speaking in a little different tune now. They're not walking on eggshells, worried about whether they're going to get their funding cut because the assholes are still in charge.
And that first one that I sent you, that he went through all that stuff from the former military heads and secretaries of defense, that was like a bombshell.
Yeah. No, T, they didn't shut it down. We just got a strike over there the other night.
Miss Julie, do you have your fan on?
Nope.
I'm just wondering.
Sitting here all by myself. As a matter of fact, my mic's been muted.
Okay, I was just wondering if that's where the static was, because I remember that one time you said your fan was on. Never mind.
No, it's cold here now. I don't need a fan.
I think
I'm
we're
wrapped
getting
in
it
a heating blanket.
I think we're getting it from Michael.
Let's compare cold. What do you call cold?
Oh, it's not cold, nothing like it is there.
Uh-huh.
It's minus.
I don't know.
It's 28 degrees Fahrenheit here.
Can you shut the door? Can you shut the door?
I don't
I think
know
that's
exactly
it. Is my wife is watching TV.
I don't know.
What was that, Julie?
I'll have to leave, man. It's like right now it's 59 degrees and it's freezing cold out there.
It's 28 Fahrenheit here.
Yeah. Well, it's like probably 58 degrees natural temperature in here right now. No heat, no air, no nothing, and I'm wrapped in a heating blanket. I just feel like a lizard without a coat. Actually, I'm in my so. Yeah, I don't know what that static is, Travis, but I've been.
No, it's coming from Michael's side. See if I'm down. Did it stop?
What was that?
It
Travis?
stopped right there.
Yeah, I muted Michael. It's coming from Michael's side.
No, I can still hear it.
What? Turn it back
No,
on.
he muted it.
Oh,
Put it back
oh,
on.
okay.
Well, am I breaking up as far as
Nope.
my voice?
No,
I'm running my cellular 5G. It works better than my Wi-Fi, I guess.
Right.
I'm back, you guys.
All righty.
hi, country.
Hey, honey
Hi,
bunny.
Debbie.
Hey, honey.
Well, I'll go ahead and I'll get going. And since it's static and stuff, so I'm going to go ahead and get going then.
So it's not bad now at all. I can hear an echo.
You can stay.
That could be me. Let me see. I got that. Yeah, it's quit now, Michael.
Okay.
I don't know what it was. Something was interfering. I thought it might have been my phone.
So
Now
I got an answer back from the geared income housing. Guess what they told me, Travis?
What it told you?
6-year waiting list.
Good gosh.
Good grief.
Yeah. I had a little
What?
bit of a meltdown when they told me that.
What is it for? What is it for?
Geared to income housing.
Oh, I know why. I know exactly why. Yep. I knew that was coming.
What's that?
Well,
Yeah.
like with that 6 years you got to wait.
Yeah.
Well, can you say illegals?
Oh,
That's what's going
They
on
come
here.
first.
He's in Canada.
They come first. They even said it today when they were talking. The illegals are getting everything. They're
Yep.
getting housing, medical, food. They're even get cash aid
All for free.
that you pay for out of your taxes.
Yep.
All for free. All they got to do is sit home and collect it,
That's
and then
exactly
they get put in housing. But then we got all these Americans that have been sleeping on the streets and stuff. But when it comes to illegals, oh yeah, all they got to do is say I'm an illegal and you get it.
Yep. There's actually a guy that's in
They
California.
said it today.
Yeah. There's actually a guy in California that says if you go live homeless on the beach, they'll pay you $900 a month.
Yeah, that's true.
Why?
Because they're trying to drain our money cash so they can that's part of trying to destroy our country, get rid of our cash so they can start a new world order money system. That's what they're trying to do.
Well, today,
wow.
I don't know if did you guys notice today that in there's a New York bank, Wells Fargo, City Financial, and another group is doing a 12-week run on digital currency,
Yeah.
a 12-week pilot program they started today.
Yeah, that 14067, everybody's going to start testing that out.
Yep.
I say we reject it.
Yep.
What the hell is digital currency?
But the thing is, if mortgage with them,
Cash.
you can't do
They were
anything
trying to
about
do
it.
Oh, I know. But hopefully, that those banks that are going to pilot this deal, hopefully everybody will pull their money out and move it somewhere else. Let them take the fall. They're already trying to control our money too much. I told you before, I tried to send money home to get a license plate for a semi one time, and the guy said, this was through Walmart. He said, well, we don't think you're going to use it for what you're telling us you're going to use it for, so we're just not going to let the transaction go through. And I'm like, it's not your money. Who cares what I want to spend it on? It's none of your business.
That's right.
That's like one of the banks. Why is it always echoing when I talk?
I don't know. It does me too sometimes. I can hear it.
One of the banks here has a commercial out saying, we'll help you track your money. No, thank you. I don't need you to help me track my money.
Right.
It's none of your business.
No, well, it's just like Rhino says, it doesn't matter what we want to spend our money on. It shouldn't be any of their business. I think your echo's over there, Michael. Michael? Is your name Michael? Michael. Yeah, the echo was over there. Can you hear the echo?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm trying to fix technical problems, Mike.
Yeah, I can hear it over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Mama T.
Hi.
I love her.
She cracks me up. Did y'all see the TikTok she did today?
No, I don't go
Yep.
on TikTok, Travis.
I'm gonna pull it up.
Yeah, I just saw something in
sent
the.
it to me and I saw it.
I just wanted to say something real quick. I saw someone type something in a boo boo. Said that no, that's not true. It's always long waiting. A list for low housing has been for years. No, that's not true because they even said it today. How the housing is going for the illegals now. So yeah, that's not true because for years there are people that like before this has all happened, they would get in and they'd get all the paperwork done, do everything and they would get into a home or housing pretty quick. So that's not true. It's just because of the illegals that have come in and they're trying to place them into housing. They're first on the list. That's true. They even said it today. Isn't that right, Travis?
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
what
exactly
should be
what they were
happening
pointing it
is
out.
the illegals should be sent home, and the people who live here and pay the taxes should be getting it.
Right. But that's not what the
Yep.
Democrats think of it. They say the illegals are first and the Americans are last.
That's exactly.
Yeah,
That's what they.
but I'm in
Go.
Canada, Michael.
Well, I mean, yeah, for Canada, it's a different story because, but we're talking about America.
America.
So it's a different deal.
Hey, did you see Xi giving Sparkle Sock shit?
I heard. I didn't see. Okay. I know people are still waiting list for 4 or 5 years. Excellent.
Well, how long have the illegals been coming in?
Well, no doubt.
Forever.
There you go. They've been pouring in from for 4 or 5 years. They've been pouring in.
Yep.
They're probably giving them to all those Chinese police forces that are supposedly set up here.
Oh, stop. Stop. I want to try to show this.
Hey, Jeff, how's it going?
Let me set this up for you a little bit. My mother's in the kitchen, and the dogs are raising Cain in there. So I go in there to figure out what the hell she's doing, And this is what I walk into right here. I like to die laughing. Let's see if I can get it. Pull up here. Whoops. I guess that's as far as it's going to get. Let me refresh it and it'll come on itself.
Hey, Jeff.
How you doing? How you doing, Jeff B?
So she's chasing the dogs around the house like that.
That's too funny.
Yeah, it's cracked me up. I love Mama.
Does she got the broomstick out?
Do what?
Would she have the broomstick out?
Now, did you not see her eyes? She had them way in there. I don't know what she did. When she had some glasses that had little bug eyes on them, she said she was going blind and can't see.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah, she's a hoot. Together in their masses, just like the witches at Black Masses. Oh. So did they light Washington on fire today, or did anybody know?
I don't know.
They sure as hell set something. They set the ball in motion anyway. Just like the fuse. That's all we're waiting on.
Oh yeah. Yeah, waiting to see what's going to happen over in Portland.
Yeah, so the Ukrainian people had to come out and say that they're the ones that shot the rocket over into Poland already.
Yeah, because the Polish president and NATO both said that it was Ukraine that did it, not Russia.
Well, but they were screaming the Article 5. Article 5, somebody needs to come save us. Mm-mm. Nope.
You know, I don't know. I think if it was a Russian missile, rocket, whatever, and it hit more into a town where it killed a lot of people, then I think it would be a different story. But I don't think they're really going to jump too much with two people getting killed. It's terrible that, those two people got killed, but I don't think they want to really try to start a war with that and then lose a lot of, of their soldiers or more rockets coming into their land. So that's a possibility. I don't know. What do you think, Jeff B? You can put it in the chat, but that's what I'm thinking. That they don't want to get nothing started.
No.
So it could be just Ukraine did it. A lot of people are saying that the radars are showing it came from Russia. So Russia side. So who knows? I mean, what do you think, Jeff B?
Well, the Polish president and NATO both said that it came from Ukraine.
Right. Yeah. All right, let's see this.
But then when they looked at the missile, they said it was a Russian missile. So was it something that maybe Ukraine captured, or was it I don't know. It just seems kind of fishy.
Yeah, I'm with Jeff. If Putin would have done it, he would have said, the next one's going to be bigger. Test me. I can see that.
Plus,
there would have been an accident
Yep.
to do it.
Plus, Z came out ahead of time and was already implying that Russia was going to do that before it happened. Zelensky was already saying that. He was already saying, "Oh, they're going to do this. They're going to do this."
Right.
And then all of a sudden it happens, and Zelensky's pointing the finger at Russia, but the Polish president and NATO all said that it came from Ukraine.
Very preemptive.
Yeah.
Well, I heard today, or was it yesterday, that I guess Russia fired 2 like cruise missiles that could hold nuclear, but they were, they didn't have it in it, but they just wanted to show that they could use it.
Right.
So
Flexing their muscle,
yeah, exactly.
showing capabilities. Yeah.
Yep.
And with the administration we got in here, yeah, they're trying to pull NATO into it. That's exactly right. With the administration we got in there, what are they doing besides nothing? They don't
NATO already has boots on the ground in Ukraine, and they're not supposed to because Ukraine is not a NATO member.
Right.
Well, we also have troops in there too, but they're not on the front lines. They're there more for finding out about all the weapons and that everything was sent over to them, that everything went there, and they're not putting it on the black market neither.
Yeah, there was a bunch of elected officials came out today and said that they won't vote for $1 more to go to the Ukraine. Well, gee, that's really nice after you sent how many billions?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just kind of odd to me. They had all this type of money to go and just flash it to different countries, but then they had all this, and we could have done more for our country, and especially getting a lot of homeless people off the streets. But no, they didn't do that. They just go and throw it to other countries and protect their borders, but we don't even take care of our own.
Well, the biggest part of that problem is the fact that they don't even have the constitutional authority to send your taxpayer dollars anywhere outside the country.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
But nobody is looking at the Constitution and holding them accountable because they don't have that authority. You guys didn't vote to send your money to any of these foreign countries.
That's right.
Right. And then the FTX is funneling it back into nations. I've heard several people made videos today calling for Mitch McConnell's and Lindsey Graham's resignation for being on that list of money. What was it? That wasn't Mitch, was it? Who was it? Was it? Yeah, it was McConnell that got $2.5 million out of that. I believe. Richie.
That we know of.
Oh, there we go.
Well, their coffers are full right now, so now they'll say they're willing to stop it.
Right. Well, we hope. If we don't get some life-changing fixing things, then we need to just shoot them all or get them all out of office. I almost said something bad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mitch McConnell's just as bad as Lindsey Graham. He wouldn't release any money to the Republican candidates except for the crooked one up in Alaska who made her own election laws so that she could win even if she didn't win.
Mm-hmm.
With that rank file bull crap.
Yeah. I don't
Well,
care
let's
what.
see. Sorry, go ahead, country.
Doesn't matter what political party you are registered with. If you're dirty, you're dirty. Period.
That's right.
Our side's usually been pretty good about calling those people out, but they've gotten lazy in the last couple of years, and I'm pretty pissed at them.
Last couple decades, maybe.
Yeah, decades. You can say it however.
Like you could say back to when Obama went in, but it's way before that too. So
Oh yeah.
Yep.
goes all the way back to Prescott Bush funding that bank out in California that started during World War II, and he funded it with the Roth family and Adolf, and it's still going.
Yeah, Jeff B's right. They will be crying when the commies is in here.
Yeah.
Then they ain't gonna like it.
And then you can.
I've heard a lot of people. I've heard a lot of people that have come from communist countries, and they say, "You Americans have no idea what you got here. You guys are so blessed to have a country like you do have now, and you don't want to turn it communist. You don't want it." And yeah, if things don't get straightened out, it's going to head that way. Jeff B
Yep.
is 100% correct.
They don't understand what it even means. Don, that would be hilarious if you just changed your name to Don O'Savin. We give him so much shit. You can put whatever you want in there. We don't mind. People buy $1.7 million house. That's a big grift. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, all these politicians come in and are relatively, some of them are still wealthy, but when they leave office, they got millions and millions of dollars, and I'm not all about that.
I'm pretty sure if you check that Pritzker is related to the bloodline families.
Nothing surprises me. Well, hey there.
Hey, has anybody ever done any research on who started Bohemian Grove in California?
No.
Go J. Edgar Hoover and his Stanford buddies that started it up.
And like with Prescott Bush and the Roths and Adolf starting that bank during the war. Oh, well, it started back in World War II. No. Go back to the Titanic. That's another place. And that was all to do with the central bank. I'm me, myself, and I.
Mouthful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Changes his.
Hi, me, myself, and I. All right, I've got it pulled up there. Welcome, Travis.
Huh?
You're welcome.
Oh, gotcha.
So you start doing research on that place, and it ties into a whole bunch of stuff, all the way
Yeah,
up to Prescott Bush. See all them names popping out?
Yep. Yeah, there's a. Wow.
Yeah. Reagan even went out there. But they said he typically would leave where they had that ceremony. I don't know how true that is, though. Because I won't there with the flashlight.
Uh,
Hi, Helen.
Yep, Helen's in the house. Oh,
RH.
Hi, Helen.
Hey, everybody.
we got 40 over here. That's not bad. I think we had 20 the last time. And Julie said she didn't get a notification. I didn't get a notification. So
I got one.
did you?
Yep.
Okay. I don't know. I've had trouble getting a lot of notifications. I didn't get RHs for a couple nights in a row. Cracks me up. Did anybody know Rhino went live tonight?
Yeah,
Gina didn't get
he's
it.
over there.
Okay. Bill's in the house.
Hi. Hi, Gina.
Hey, RH.
Hi. We saw him at the same time.
There's a kickstand in the house. Oh, darling.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Helen.
Pretty sure that's more like nurse stethoscope, but you know.
But we could have a kickstand series. I'm telling you, we got to get Jeff on this. He's got to make the shirt. She's already said, Jeff, she'll model it for you. Uh-oh. It's the Q+++.
Oh
Oh,
boy.
my goodness.
What's up, RH?
Hey, not much.
Hey, how you doing, RH?
Hey, all right.
Oh. Poof.
And poof.
He left us just that quick.
Boot himself out. There we go.
Yeah, I had to get rid of that desktop view, you know.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, Q++++. You know, I'm behind Travis there. He's plus plus plus. Of course, Q, and then the first plus is President Trump, our Commander in Chief of the U.S. Armed Forces of the world. You know, and I think who's the third plus? I forgot. Oh, that's right. It's you, Travis.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah, I picked up all those comments from President Trump over there on True Social, and I finally put it together. I connected the dots.
You can
Okay,
pick it
True
up.
Social, directly tied to the search for truth. Y'all been collaborating all this time, and we didn't right under our noses.
Oh boy. Boy, the rumors that are going to go flying around here now.
Well, finally something happening, right?
Well, it's some
Finally.
positive stuff happening in our opinion. It's not going to be a fast move, I don't think, but it's a step in the right direction. I think we're going to see some. You know, I know they're going to have to get to work on this economy. Boo made a great point earlier. What gas prices and food prices? When are we going to get those straightened out? But I think if we start somewhere, progress will come sooner than later.
You know, we went shopping last night at Walmart, of all places, or early this morning. Okay. Thank God Helen's here, because I need to be corrected sometimes. My days and my nights are all jacked up, right? But anyways, I spent about 2 times as much for my groceries than I spent just about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
2 times. I mean,
Yep.
and I'm sitting there thinking, right? I'm sitting there thinking, how are a lot of people even can afford food now? I mean,
There are a lot
that
of
they're
people
having to
struggling.
go.
It's not
Yeah.
easy.
There's a lot of people having to decide what they're having to juggle their bills, and crazy.
Yep.
You know, I said a long time ago this whole deal, even from the very first even from the first bullshit of their pandemic. I said back then it's designed to attack the people on Social Security. They were trying to get rid of them because they've destroyed Social Security, and now they can't afford to give those people the money that they're owed. So they got to try to get them out of there. I don't know. Kind of slow pitch like softball. It's not going to be a huge pace, but I think we're going to see some things going in the right direction.
Yeah, I
Well-
actually walked out with store merchandise. I forgot to pay for it. I had it up on the where normally if you have a small child, you put them up there on that seat in the shopping cart. And I put it, when you're ringing up stuff at Walmart, you have to put your bags in the cart, back in the cart, and then you have to sift through the stuff that you didn't pay for yet or ring up, right? And then I put the bag in front of a big papaya, right? And I got all the way out after I unloaded that bag next to it up there on that seat in the cart. I got all the way out to the truck and noticed I didn't pay for that.
Oh no.
So I had to go back in. I guess I didn't go up and tell anybody, but I went up to another self-checkout line and paid for I had to pay for that papaya. It was like over $6 or over $5. Let's see, I got the receipt right here.
Good
$5.92. But we noticed, we're looking at the stock, what they had. They had, Butterball turkeys. There's normally about probably 50 of them at a Walmart, super Walmart that size, and there was only 4. Then I noticed a generic type brand, which is only like a 98 cent a pound, honeysuckle, called honeysuckle, whatever turkey.
Uh-huh.
They were big turkeys, so at least that price didn't go up there for a lot of people. It was cold this morning, and Helen had almost the entire front end looking at her toe because it turned solid white. It was kind of cold for Florida, and she was up there messing around in the freezer aisle, and too long, and her toe went numb and turned pure white. So everybody's looking at her toe, right? I mean, well, I'm glad we got her back. Well, whenever I had to go back in, I gave her the keys to the truck. I said, turn on the heat, because it was kind of cool. But she's wearing sandals. She might as well have been barefooted.
Right.
And all the color, finally, when I got back in the truck and I started up and turned the heater on, her color came back into her toe again. So we were worried about that, circulation problems. Anyways, didn't mean to interrupt everybody here tonight. But there's a lot of things there's a lot of things happening.
Oh yeah.
Michael, I'm glad you're here. Did you hear that? I think it was a NASA report. They believe there's alien type structures that are about 300 miles wide, basically on a heading directly to the Earth. Did you read anything about that?
I've heard about it. Is that the wheel one?
Oh, I didn't see the wheel one, but I didn't see that one. I just pretty much focused on the other one.
Did
But
it have a shape or form or anything?
Well, in the video, they showed like a big, huge, like it looked like an asteroid, right? Type thing going through
Oh,
the space, whatever. But I don't know. I think they just made that. They might have just made that up, you know.
mhm.
So,
Yeah,
but the wheel one,
you need to find out what studio they shot it in.
yeah. Well, you see that
Well-
one where they talked about that one coming from Vegas or Vega, right? That I guess that solar system, Vega solar system, and
Mhm.
it basically went around the Earth, and then it approached the sun, and then it did a very very like a pinpoint turn. What do you call that? Real quick turn, and headed out of our solar system.
Mhm.
They're saying there's no way that the trajectory of that or the direction that was flying and how stable the speed was going, that it could have been something natural, right?
Right.
So I was just wondering
Here's
if
another
you,
question that I have. Same question I had during all the Apollo missions. Who's taking the pictures out in space? And I'm not including the onboard cameras. I'm talking about the pictures, that look like they're being taken from a mile or so away from the vehicle. Who's taking those? Same as who was taking the pictures when they landed on the moon, supposedly. They have a separate camera crew following them in another spaceship that nobody heard about.
No
well,
doubt.
we do have satellite, basically photography and that kind of thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if the space station wasn't providing a lot of those still photos. You know what I mean? So there's a way to do that. It's just, I know what you're saying. It looks like it's fake, and there are people. I have actually a friend. He's my brother-in-law.
You got a friend?
Yeah, I have one friend. That's it.
Sorry,
Unless
I
I've
couldn't
lost
resist.
that one. Unless I've lost that one too. I've already lost Helen a long time ago. But anyways, he actually built these models for NASA. These, what I mean, these scaled models for NASA, these spaceships. So makes pretty good money at doing that too. But anyways, go ahead.
Oh, I was just talking smack to you. But that's right. Who took when they first step on the moon? Who was taking the pictures of that?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, they
Yeah,
had
when
other astronauts too, not just
Okay.
one.
So that's a good question. But I thought so.
Well, there were supposedly only two on the surface of the moon and one that was orbiting.
So there you
Not
go.
to mention that landing was done at the same time that they were filming Space Odyssey 2000.
Well, there's those two satellites we sent into space. I forgot there's two of them. I think we sent into space in the 70s. That are still sending images like video of their journeys, whatever. I forgot what they're called. I was just reading that the other day, but we did have the capability of sending back a video footage, actually, kind of like from an 8-track or something like that. I don't know what they had, and they had actually on the moon. They did have a so-called space camera that they used, right, to take. So yeah, I know. I know all of this is suspect, but we had technology that we didn't know about at the time that was being done, and those signals were being delivered from space. So
Yeah. Well, it's
Michael
like
Kelly,
they'll
you
say,
might be able to clear that up a little bit better because it sounds like
This
you're
would be a
more.
good.
well, it's
We
yeah,
could
it's
just warm Michael up on this subject because Michael's got a bunch of information about some stuff here. I've been waiting on this conversation.
well, I'll say first is there's there's so much stuff out there that a lot of people say, well, I have to see it to believe it. And I'm sure you've all said it. And everybody said, well, I have to see it to believe it. Well, it's kind of funny, but people that have said it before, and then when they do see it, and then they try to say, well, and people are going laughing at them like, yeah, right, right. So you have to be careful because if you're not sure about it, you can't say it's not because until it happens to you, then you're going to say, oh, wow, I was, you know, giving so many heck about, I've never seen it before, but now I have. Now it's a different story. It's just like with me, I've seen a few things, when you're in the military, you see things, some things you can talk about, some things you can't. Uh, I've, told the experience about when we were doing our training, saw Bigfoot. Um, and then, like the one that Travis is probably wanting to hear is when I was in the military a long time ago. Um, I was near a UFO, like 4 feet. Um, I'll tell a little bit of the story, and then you can take it as it is, or you can believe it or not. It's up to you.
Right.
But way back in the '80s, we were called out. We got on a Black Hawk and took off and landed in a field and jumped on some trucks and went up to an area up in the hills. And they told us they wanted us to block this road off. It was a dirt road, but nobody can come in or nobody can go out without a password. And so, we're having vehicles coming up. Of course, we've got majors and lieutenants and all different kinds of people wanting to come through. But if they don't have the password, they can't get through. Now, when I knew it was really, really serious, when they had given us a where the only people that have the password can get through, and when they told us not even the president, if he doesn't have the password, he can't get through. I'm going, oh boy, this is serious. I didn't know anything about what was going on yet, and wow, this is pretty serious. So we got Constantina across the road, and so then these two big flatbed trucks pulled up, and one truck has a tarp on it, and the other one has it has some floodlights, and then on the back of it it looked like it had like a cherry picker, but it was a little bit bigger. Cherry picker is like a small crane, and I'm going, this is awful weird. So then we let them through because they had the password, and this is probably about maybe 6 hours, maybe 7. They started coming back. Well, when they did, I could see at the end one of the flaps from the tarp was flapping around, and we needed to secure it. And so me and my partner, my other soldier, went in behind it. We were going to secure it, and it was flipped over about a quarter way over this object. And so when we came around the back and we saw what we saw, we just couldn't believe it. We were floored. And what we did see, and this is why sometimes a lot of people don't see UFOs in the sky, and I'll tell you why, is because some of them are cloaked. It's hard to believe, but
What is that?
when I looked at it, there was half of it, and the angle was not there, but the tarp was covering it, where you can see that there was an object there, but there was nothing there. But then to the right of it, like cut like a knife, the other half looked like a liquid mercury. It looked almost like, how the texture of Jello is. Well, imagine a little bit more of a firmer, but just look at it like liquid mercury, and that's what it looked like. And me and my buddy are looking at each other like, oh boy, what are we looking at here? And he's, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. And so we grabbed the tarp, pulled it over, secured it tight, and then we told the driver to start going. But, you know, I only got to see maybe a quarter of it. And when you could look right through it and see the back part of the truck, but you can tell that there was an object there because the tarp was saying there was. Now, people can say, you know, it's not true, but
Hey,
they're
Michael,
starting to find.
can I help out a little bit? Help out there. I don't mean to interrupt you, but Travis asked, what's the cloaking device? Okay, cloaking device. Okay, now think of it this way. Think of it in different terms so you understand it. We do have the cloaking ability. We've had that for quite some time.
Mhm.
Okay, what is another form of cloaking? Radar evasive material, right? That doesn't
Right.
pick up on the radar. So basically, that's electronic, like through the electromagnetic spectrum. That's just a different form of cloaking, where you basically, whenever the radar goes out, sends out the signal, there's no echo that comes back, because basically the radar absorbing material, it absorbs the energy where it doesn't send it back. Okay, now same as, like, for example, Project Bluebeam, where we can project objects in the sky. We can make objects disappear with that projection. So cloaking is like a different projection. Some call it to cloak different dimensions, even where we can't see it with the human eye. So did I explain that a little bit better for people that don't know what we're talking about?
Yeah. It's it's just something that it's an object that's there, but you're not able to see it. So that's what cloaking
now,
is.
Out in the public domain, the reason why I'm talking about it is because Israel's conducted experiments on joint experimentation on cloaking devices, and for what I understand, they've already released all that in the public domain. There's a lot of people out there like Michael Jaco. If you listen to Michael Jaco, you can pick up some of these things we already have the technology to actually that we're using. So, okay, go ahead.
We're picking it up because back then we didn't have that technology. Of course, now that there's been UFO crashes, they're picking up that technology and using it, and building their own type of ships. So that's one. That's what they're doing. They're copying what these ships are, what they have, and they're trying to make a copy of it.
Okay, you go back to like the movies, you go back to like the movies of Predator. Okay, far as infrared signatures. Okay, to have an infrared signature, you have to have something that's hotter than the natural, like, surroundings. You have to have something that's putting off heat. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
To have an infrared signature, like far as let's talk about night vision.
Right.
Night vision technology. How far we've come to, far as a lot of people believe this technology could have been derived from reverse engineering, right? So we have infrared technology that is, I mean, they're using it every single day. When you're talking about like the RC-135s, joint stars, they're looking from space in a lot of cases. They can see ground movement, troop movement based on the signature, right? The heat signature. So I hope that when we hear stuff like what we're talking about, as far as alien technology or UFOs or unidentified flying objects, people just don't turn it off and just dismiss it as baloney, right?
Right.
So go. Okay, Travis, you've been around for a while, right? What we saw
Yeah.
coming back from Mar-a-Lago that night.
Well, you got me. That was pretty wild.
See, and the thing of it is, we're talking about this. We're not getting paid to put out like false information. We're just trying to explain what we saw with our own eyes.
Right.
You know,
Exactly.
all three of us, right? Ellen was in the truck. Travis was in the back seat filming it. I was driving, you know, and okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was back there just doing this.
So when we see things like that, just like they saw back when, you know me, when Elijah was taken away by that round disc, highly polished brass or bronze disc, brass disc, I
Right.
believe that Hebrews describes it,
Yep.
by the chariots of God or whatever. It sounds like thunder when it comes down. What does an aircraft sound like when it flies over you? Thunder, right? Chariots of God, right?
Yeah.
So, and it actually, it's like a bunch of horses stampeding by you. Have you ever felt the ground shake when a bunch of horses run by you? You know, so they explained it back then as a chariot of God. Of course, you have to have horses, like horsepower, to run the UFO, right? So in our own Bible, in our Holy Scripture, what I'm trying to say is they talk about UFOs. They didn't know what they were. They couldn't identify
explain
them. Right.
Right.
So we're trying the best we can to explain what we saw.
Correct.
Like Travis, you can try to explain what we saw that night.
I don't know. It was just a formation of lights. It was too high to be anything low level, but it wasn't high enough to be aircraft. You know, sometimes you get out in those places and there'll be some real high power lines and they'll light those up. These were way too high in the sky for that. So I don't know.
Yeah.
And we even talked about being some kind of balloons, the weather balloons maybe or something. But
or flares.
Too many of them in one spot. But how many were there? 11?
I don't know, but they are flying in synchronicity, right? They were flying in a formation. And you know what I was thinking about it? I've been thinking about that a lot. You know, could that have been F-35s? Could that have been F-35s flying in formation, conducting bombing missions? Avon Park.
But wouldn't they have been moving faster than that?
Oh, F-35 can hover over the ground like a helicopter.
Okay, so see, when you say an F-35, I don't know what that is. So why are you doing that?
Well, that's true. F-35 can do that, but there will be some kind of a signature, especially with FFA. Especially, they're, they got to let their presidents know too that they're up in the sky, so that way other aircraft don't. Of course they've got the radio towers and stuff like that, but still they have to be. They're not totally lighted out. If you know what I mean.
Right.
They have to have some kind of FFA lights on.
Right. And
now once they're in active, once they're in active, then they can take them off.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they have to have their navigational lights turned on, and if it's an F-35 bombing mission, they would be flying in formation too to conduct practice bombings. And that's what I think it might have been, but again, there were some of those aspects of that formation that I don't believe that an F-35 a group of F-35s could perform. That's just my
Well,
opinion.
but now you got to remember, now we got things are going to be seen a lot more because now we got Space Force. And of course, they're doing their testing, all their stuff that they're doing that they can use to go out in space as well. So they can fly, in orbit and come out, whenever they please. So you got to remember they're going to be doing that. But that's the technology they're going to be using from crafts that have fallen, like UFOs. They're going to be using those technologies. So, like one day, that was probably about 5 years ago, I was outside and I was just looking around the night sky, and all of a sudden I saw something, really weird. And my wife, she wasn't too sure about UFOs. She, never seen one, so she didn't think there was such a thing until I told her, "Come here, let me show you something." She came out and I showed it to her, and she said, "Oh my God." That was the first time she's ever seen one. So now she's usually looking up in the sky. And one time we were taking a walk and she saw another one up in the sky. And she goes, "What's that?" I said, "There's another one." And it was like a glowing type of, and this during the day, and it was glowing and it was moving really fast. It wasn't no conventional craft, and it was a circular object, and it was glowing. In fact, somebody from LA took a picture of it, and I have it. I have the picture of it, exactly what we saw. And then I've got a video of when my wife saw one, and I grabbed my camera, and it started lifting up, and then it started moving up higher. Then all of a sudden, I saw an F-16 come, which I got on video, and it went after it, and all of a sudden, it just went blink, and it was gone.
Wow.
And I got that on video. So, I mean, like I say, people that haven't seen it, they got that question mark, like, really, I haven't seen it, so I can't really know if I want to believe in it. But the day that you do, there you go. You're going to get, oh, well, now I know exactly what they were talking about. Because my wife was the same way. Now she knows. She's seen it.
Did you hear about the SR-72, the
No.
son of Blackbird? That's already out. And we already have our, sixth generation or seventh generation fighters already out already. Now, we think when we go back all the way to Vietnam, we're flying around basically F-4s and aircraft like that. To think that we already had the what was the Nighthawk called again? The F-117 Nighthawk. To think that we already had the B-2s during Vietnam. We already had the B-2 Spirits, and we already had the F-117s back during Vietnam. Now, just think, that's 30 years of advanced technology that the American public didn't even know anything about.
Right.
Most of us didn't even learn about the F-117 Nighthawk until after the strikes on Saddam Hussein's communication sites, right? To take out their communication sites. That was like in the first 30 minutes or hour of the war. We had already gained air superiority based on those radar evading planes like fighter jets, F-117s. And from what I understand, they try to hold back on the B-2 because we couldn't afford to have one of those go down and get in the wrong hands. So the B-2 bomber did not play a big role as far as in the initial stages anyways of Desert Storm. Now remember, Desert Storm was in 91, right? 1991. So they were already using technology that they already had. They were using technology for the first time that the public learned. They already had that technology 30 years prior.
Yep. Well, you've heard of the TR3B, right?
No,
You haven't?
I might have seen it, but you know, I see so much stuff. I might just forgot the nomenclature.
Okay. Do you have you got a computer you can get onto and look it up?
I have my cell phone and
Well,
my Xbox.
if everybody wants to see what a TR3B is, type it
Hang on,
up.
I'll look it up. TO3B.
No, TR3B.
Okay.
And look at that.
Is it called the Black Manta?
That's right. Take a look at that.
All right, I'm fixing to
Oh,
pull it up
yeah.
for everybody to see.
See, when you call it the Black Manta, now I remember because we talked about it, I believe, on this show not too long ago because I used to have a manta, an opal manta in Europe, right? Remember the Manta movies back in the 80s? I kind of
Trying to pull this up and cracking up at these girls over here. Sissy K was, or Kelly K was in there, and I was asking if it was her so I could give her a wrench. And then a whole new conversation come about. So let me pull this up for you guys.
Yeah, show everybody what that is. That's ours.
Now, okay, so this looks to me almost like the stealth. Is
Well,
that a derivative of?
No, it's not like the stealth. That's a yeah. If you got one picture you can put up, it's a little bit easier to see.
You want? And it won't blow it up.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's see if it'll do it here.
That one, that's being seen all over the world. In fact, they even got video of it crossing across the moon.
Really?
Oh yeah, there's video
Yeah,
of it all over the place, and that's ours. So that's how far ahead we are.
Well, and I've said for technology is way ahead of us.
Oh yeah,
what
they're
the
not going to. They don't want to bring out that kind of information. They're not going to. You know, it's stupid. You know, it's like a football team. It's not like you're going to go over there and tell the other team, okay, we're going to do this type of play. No, it's going to come by. You know, it's you don't tell the enemy what you got.
Right.
But yeah, this is being seen all over. If you can see videos, there are videos of it everywhere. People are seeing this everywhere.
See, and I've never seen one. I've never, this is new to me.
Yeah. Well, there's called there's three different ones. It's called the 3RTB1, TR3B2, and then TR3B3. Why the difference is because depending on the one, it's a smaller version where they can have like I think it's 2 or 3 occupants in the vehicle. Then the two, you can have up. I think they can have up to 12 or so, and then the third one is very, very large, and it can have up to 50 to 60 people or so in that craft.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the X-37B that just came back, the secret space plane we have, just landed after like 908 days in space. The Russians say they're outraged because they say that's a bomber. That's a bomber aircraft. Now, Now, why would they call it the X-37B? Normally, the B, is like the nomenclature, whatever, for a bomber aircraft. So that's probably the reason why they're up in arms. But that thing is what 29 feet long. It and you see when it comes in and it lands, it produces a sonic boom. We just heard that sonic boom the other night. I thought it was an underground explosion at the mines, not too far from here. It was so loud, and it actually shook the ground.
I
Go ahead.
actually saw a video or a clip of those. It was some kind of experimental aircraft that they did that down there, right?
No, we've known about the X-37 for quite some time, for years now, because people reported the sonic boom when it re-entered our atmosphere. 900 days, 908 days, that's what, 300, 2.5 years or something like that. Somebody do the math for me. But anyways, we've known about it before because people in Central Florida, all over, pretty much all over Florida, especially if you're living on the East Coast, experienced that sonic boom. It set off like car alarms for miles, because it, not only the sonic boom, it shakes, shakes your vehicles. It shook, it vibrated our glass or our mobile home, and it shook the ground. It was so loud. It comes in, the concussion is so, it's so powerful. Like I said, it sets off. It even sets off security cameras, and
No kidding.
yeah. It landed at the Kennedy Space Center on one of their runways because of it needs a pretty long runway because of the speed it's coming in to actually land. It's basically gliding like a miniature space shuttle, and then whenever the wheels touch the ground, they deploy the chutes, right, to slow it down to where it comes to a stop. And I guess they have brakes, you know what I mean, that they activate, whatever, to get it to slow down. And then the people come out with like the hazmat suits, environmentally, sealed suits, and they spray some type of liquid over the aircraft, because I guess it has radioactive, a signature, whatever, that's harmful for human beings to come in contact with. So they have to, basically, it has to go through a decontamination process before they bring it into the hangar. So it's really cool, I shared a link. I know it's Wikipedia, but Wikipedia's got all the source references. They're numbered.
Okay.
Of Jerome. No, not Jerome. I get Jerome Corsi and
Philip Corso.
Philip Corso's names mixed up.
Yeah, hang on, I'll share it. I've got it up here.
I've read a couple, at least one of his books already, of books about him. He goes in there's a lot of detailed information about reverse alien technology, supposedly they have at Area 51 and these other secret facilities. So when you have these tech platforms, in most cases, those platforms were given, or these individuals to lead these platforms were given the technology, and it's basically ran by the 3-letter agency.
Yeah, here's your link right here.
Yeah, maybe just read just a little bit of his biography so people can look that up?
Yeah, it says he's United States Army from February 23rd of 1942 to March 1st of 1963 and earned the rank of lieutenant colonel. He published The Day After Roswell in 1997 about his alleged involvement in the research of extraterrestrial technologies recovered from the 1947 Roswell incident.
That's right.
Yeah, and on July 23rd, 1997, he was a guest on the popular late night show Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell, where he spoke about his Roswell story. Corso died of a heart attack a year later.
Yeah, so they've recovered all this stuff, right? They've recovered all this stuff and they take it to special secret facilities to conduct reverse engineering. First, they have to figure out what the heck it is, but you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
It's been going
let me
on
ask-
for quite some time.
let me ask everybody something in here. See what people get an answer of. Where do you think the technology came from? Microwave.
Never thought about it.
Yeah. Where do you think that came from?
Microwave technology?
Yep.
I don't know, from space.
Well, technology they got from craft.
Ancient alien technology.
Yep.
Why not?
So, a lot of
Well-
people, they use it every single day, but they don't really understand how does it heat the food up without any kind of heat, fire, or anything. It just heats it up.
Excites the molecules or something, right?
Yeah. It's something our minds can't fathom how all that works and how, but at first, when they started engineering this from these crafts, and they're getting a lot of stuff from these crafts that have, crashed the earth. They're getting a lot of this information, and we're using it on a lot of different things, like what we're doing today with building, our own weapons of, with technology. Say like infrared. Infrared, I'm sure was used in that way of the technology. Because it's kind of interesting how all this came about so fast. Have you ever thought of that? How this
No, I
came
actually
so
have.
fast.
Yeah,
All
it
of a sudden,
went.
it just
There was
boom.
20 years there. It just went. Yeah, it went nuts.
That's right. And there you go. Because of Roswell and other crashes that have happened. So,
Moves the primary water molecules. Okay, I didn't know that. Interesting.
I don't even know how it really works for that kind of,
Microwave excites the internal vibrators and it heats the subject right up quick. All right. I never thought about how a microwave worked. I just know you stick your stuff down.
nobody does. They just open up
And
the door and throw in what they want in there. That's it.
I'll never forget the first microwave Mom got home. She boiled water, and I was like, "Oh!"
And then you're probably going like, how in the world? What kind of magic is this?
Yeah, 2 minutes or something. It boiled water.
There you go. So,
Don't cook a steak in there now. Now, if you're putting
No.
steak in the microwave, you're going to have issues.
yeah, that's not a good idea. Now you want to, after it's been cooked and you want to warm it up, well, that'd be a different story. But Yeah, cooking it wouldn't be a good way to go.
Yeah, I wish we can use that the theme music or background music for Coast to Coast AM. I'd love to hear that.
No doubt.
We were talking about
No
doing
doubt.
our own kind of like version of Coast to Coast at one time, wasn't we?
Yes. Yeah, and Michael, you know, he's got information that it'll be great. We'll do that. We'll pick a day. We'll just have we'll call it Alien Night or something. I don't care.
Oh, did you see
Yeah,
my avatar? Travis, can you bring up my avatar? Can you share that avatar? Like, get the photo of it?
I can't do the photo. I can blow it up like that. It's blurry from here. I can see that it looks like a headstone.
That's Wano Savin's friend. Okay.
Okay.
You have
Gotcha.
to watch the movie The Calling to understand that. Now, I don't say anything bad about the guy. You know, everyone has the right to pursue the happiness and make themselves rich. You know, whatever. But you have to understand where a lot of this stuff is being fed from. So they piggyback on top of certain things, right, to try to make themselves, you know, kind of like divert funding, if you would, into their own pockets. And a lot of this has nothing to do with basically anything other than like the movie The White Squall. Okay, Wano Savin. Okay, remember the guy's actual name, Travis? He's a private detective from Seattle. Of course, Wano Savin, they were saying, you know, the cowboy boots guy, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Wayne Willett. Wayne Willett.
There you go, Wayne Willett. So a lot of this stuff is kind of neat, but can't be too distracted with a lot of that kind of thing, because if you do, you're going to spin your wheels too long. We need people out there actually voicing our grievances to the government, not involved in any type of unlawful stuff, and basically not trying to pull the wool over the eyes of others, because when you do that the first time, basically you're discredited, and it causes a rift in our America First movement, right? So you got a lot of good comments from chat there, Travis.
Yeah. Conservative cowboy lighting up as usual.
Now, have you reviewed that docket supposedly that went to the Supreme Court, or the brief about e-fraud?
Yeah. Well, it does a lot of things. It's 81 pages long.
How many pages?
81.
Now, does it directly address REs?
Well, I mean, it covers a lot of stuff. It's in depth. It names. Let me pull it up for you because I want to get the details right.
Okay, I'll explain that avatar a little bit while you're doing that. But I have to bring up the picture again. Okay, that headstone in the movie The Calling, you have to go back and watch the movie The Calling. how I can do this. Okay, the headstone reads, now we're talking about Q. Milton William Cooper, QMI. Okay, QMI is military intelligence. Q level, military intelligence, U.S. Navy, Vietnam. From the date of May 6, 1943 to November 6th, I forgot when he passed away, but that's cut off on my picture that I see here. But it's a headstone. Okay, so okay, basically the connection, Donald Trump and Juan Osaba. That's the title of the column or that video. So Wayne Willis, basically the main source that brought about the Q movement. And there's a lot of speculation that Wayne Willett was JFK Jr. I think he played that off a little bit too long instead of coming out saying, no, I'm not JFK Jr. Basically, I'll just stop there. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and distract y'all.
That's right. I've got this up now. Oh, all this old document. For some reason, we're echoing again. Crazy. It's gotten louder. Now it quit. There we go. Okay, so this is the original. I don't know if it's the original or not. This is the filing. I'll go back over there so I can see it to read it. Okay, so I don't understand what docketed means. What would you say that is? Docketed on 2022, October 24th, 2022.
A doc is basically kind of like a scheduled review of the U.S. Supreme Court. They put in a docket form in order.
Okay, that's
in order.
That's Thanksgiving Day.
It's going to be viewed, or the court's going to view it on Thanksgiving Day.
No, see, that's what I don't understand. Because see, it says the decision date was October the 6th of 2022. So, and maybe I'm reading this wrong. If I'm reading this wrong, tell me, because the decision date was October 6th, 2022. Now, was that the date it was introduced? I say no, because the petition says something else. So, okay, so if we move on down here, it says the date for pending orders is on October 20th of 2022. It says the petition for a writ of, I can't pronounce that word, filed response due on November 23rd of 2022. I don't know whether this decision has already been made or whether this is the day, but the 20th is a weird day too. I went back and looked, there was nothing there.
Hey guys, I'm gonna get off.
Okay, man.
All right. Take care, everyone.
Good night,
All right,
Michael.
man. Hey,
Good night, Michael.
coming in, we'll do some more. We'll do some more of that stuff one of these nights.
All righty. All right. Take
All
care,
right.
Arch.
All right. See
All
you
right.
later.
See
Night.
you later. Good night.
Hey, Travis, did you know that we admitted Q is real? Did you know
No.
we just admitted that? That's what
No.
Don is saying. Oh my
Oh.
God, admitting Q is real. It's about time, and you're echoing all of you. We're admitting Q is real. Okay.
Michael. Okay.
There's a possibility the Q person, the main Q person, could be from military intelligence with a Q clearance. That's all we're saying. We're not admitting that it's Q because we don't have inside information. Don, if you got that inside information, if you've actually spoken to Q, why don't you tell us? Why don't you make that great reveal tonight for all of us? I mean, I'm not calling you out, brother, but okay.
So
107
Michael
had the movie The Calling, and he's talking about his friend, okay, that was in military intelligence that had a Q clearance. He's been, how long has he been gone? For like over 30 years or something like that. I'm not sure when he passed away, but it's called speculating.
okay.
It's an opinion, right? People have the opinion that Q, somebody involved in military intelligence in the past. Okay, what would be, who could be a prime candidate to be Q, in your opinion, Travis, if there was a Q or a?
I wouldn't even guess at it. I would guess it's probably a general.
Yeah, or a round circle of individuals that could be Q, right? Then you have the anons trying to decipher the supposed intelligence that Q drops. Okay, could it be Michael Flynn? Could it be Admiral Rogers? I don't know, but I'm believing that there is a Q, and there's people that round table that are Q. A few individuals, whatever, that round circle. Yeah, they could come from a military intelligence background, and that's fine, right? They could, but
Yeah, we don't care about Q.
I don't have inside information who they are, one way or the other. So, I'm not trying to cause a division in our movement, whatever, as far as American First goes, but and President Trump is not going to cause a division either, but to say that John F. Kennedy, President Kennedy's still alive, and when you start putting out stuff like that, and Wayne Willett is JFK Jr., you know what I mean? It kind of like, is there a possibility? We went through this pretty thorough on your channel, right, Travis, about the possibility of JFK Jr. still being alive and in some type of witness protection program. Is there a possibility? Yeah, there's a possibility, but I think that window of possibility is very, 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 very small. Wouldn't you say the same?
Yeah. Okay, so now that that's out of the way there, everybody's asking about this doctor, and I want to get back to it because, but what? So this decision that was made on October 6th, that came from a lower court's ruling, is what I'm being told, and they have till the 23rd to decide whether they'll take the case. Okay.
Well, from my understanding, the U.S. Supreme Court picked up the case. No worries, Don is never right. Oh, come on. You got to give him a little bit more credit than that, Bill. Don's our friend here. Don has a right to his opinions, right? At least what it does is it gives us a little bit of entertainment, correct? But anyway.
Oh, well, they're going back and forth is always fine.
Yeah. Well, we do know that there are people making a lot of money off the Q stuff, right? You know what I mean? So there's nothing wrong with that either.
Okay, so Canadian is asking about the writ. The writ. I don't know what you call it. It's right here in the middle of this. I'll drop this link in the chat for you, Brendan.
Well, can you scroll down so we can at least see the summary of it? We don't even know what it's about.
You don't even understand how this works. We got to go into We got to go. We got to go into a whole world here. There's
Is that
there's
a
a lot
PDF?
in this.
Is that a PDF format?
Yeah, I'll get into it. It only takes 4 justices to grant it and decide to hear the case. That is correct. I understand the Supreme
I didn't
Court will
accuse you,
decide-
Don, of making a penny off the Q movement. I didn't accuse you of that. I said there are some out there that are making a lot of money off of it. That's what I said. Don't get upset, brother. Don't get angry with me, please. Yeah, Cooper served with the United States Navy, right? I forgot. I think he was a crypto guy. Do we have a brief summary of that case or whatever?
Okay, did we get Q out of everybody's system now? Because there's a lot to this I'd really like to cover. I don't care nothing about Q. I never have and never will. But there's a lot. There's a lot to this document that I think people need to try to understand, and I'm trying to understand it myself.
Yeah.
Now they have I'm trying to figure out. In the middle of this, it says the decision was on October the 6th of 2022. Is that their decision, or is it a lower court's decision, or is it?
No, I believe the decision was to actually hear the case at the U.S. Supreme Court level, but we don't have the title of the summary of the case, so we don't really know what this is right now. Go ahead.
So what you're telling me is there's been another leak out of the Supreme Court because they have not mentioned it anywhere on their website. They have not let loose whether they're going to hear it or not. I have looked for 3 days. You can't find it anywhere.
Okay, Conservative Cowboy is trying to explain it in chat. Okay, so what is the case? What is the summary of the title of the case? What is it called? Is it e-fraud or what? Election?
There's a whole. We'll get into that part of it. I want to know what's the significance of the date. So it says this decision date is October 6th of 2022. Okay, David Ian says that's the release date. Okay, and I don't know exactly what the release date is, but they have until the 23rd to decide whether to take the case or not. And Conservative Cowboy is correct. They need 4 justices for it to go through. Now, with the stuff that came out in Congress today, or at the White House today, or wherever, the Senate, I don't think this is going to have as much of an impact on it because they've already started the investigations. In my opinion, I think those investigations are probably over. I think it'll come out to indictments, and I don't think they're going to waste a lot of time on it.
Right. Almost the first day of office, they're probably already going to call. They probably already called for criminal referrals, but the problem is Merrick Garland's the Attorney General of the United States, so they have to go through the courts.
I think when you see who's named in this, you're going to not be. I mean, you're not going to believe it either, because they're. Well, I want to because I don't want to be accused of lying here because I've looked the numbers up. There are 388 numbers on this that are named in this lawsuit. 388. Some of them are past, some of them are present. We'll get into that. I was trying to really figure out that till the 23rd to decide to take the case or not, and that's what I've been thinking all along. But I didn't know whether the decision on October 6th, if they made the decision and just weren't announcing it or what. So I'm just trying to get a grip on the reality of it. I posted the link. Here, now you can post the link. So, we'll dig into this a little bit deeper here. So this is the original petition. It's 2 pages long, and it took me to the wrong page. Okay, so I got to go. I need to fix this where it doesn't open in a new. We can just go through it and back up. Well, it won't open in a. I don't want to open in a new window. I just open it. It doesn't matter. Hey, I'll just have to bounce back and forth. So when you hit the petition, then it takes you to a different deal, and it gives a brief description of it. Unshare that. We got to share this. There's a way to do this that I can, but this one, I think. No, it's this one. Here we go. Okay, so there's the photo, and it's very vague here. So this Ronald J. Brunson versus Alma S. Adams. I've never heard of either one of these people, and Debbie did a good job. She went back and researched these names and found out some history on them that I didn't pay any into. But this is the full thing. It's 81 pages long.
Okay, that's like lawyers, right? Those names, because it says ETAL.
Yeah. Right.
Those are lawyers.
Right. Hang on, I gotta look at that one again.
I just wanted to say goodnight to everybody. I'm going to drop out and listen. I hope you all have a restful, peaceful evening.
I hope you can feel better.
Yeah, thank you. Good night, RH.
Good night. Helen said good night, Julie.
Good night, Helen. Thank you so much. And thanks for everybody for stopping by. This has been.
Thank you. We're in class right now, so Travis is trying to school us. So we're trying to pay attention.
Well, I'm not schooling anybody. I'm trying to learn this. I'm curious, but I'd like to jump down here to where it starts naming who's on this thing. Let's go here. What it is.
Wait a minute. It's talking about the removal of the vice president, president, and vice president of the United States.
Yeah.
Along with its members. Can you go back up there? Could you read that? Because that's very important for people to understand what we're even talking about here.
Yeah. I'll go back up to the page we were on. Okay, it's right here, I believe. Whoop. Nope.
Could you just read that paragraph part?
It says a serious conflict exists between decisions rendered from this court and lower appeals court, along with constitutional provisions and statutes, in deciding whether or not the trial court has jurisdiction to try the merits of this case. This case uncovers a serious national security breach that is unique and is of first impression. Due to the serious nature of this case, it involves the possibility of removal of a sitting president, vice president of the United States, along with members of the United States Congress, while deeming them unfit from ever holding office under federal, state, county, or local governments found within the United States of America. And at this time, the trial court also has the authority to validate by this court to authorize the swearing in of legal and rightful hearers for president and vice president of the United States.
Okay, when you go down that list, okay, could you read off the named person at number 22 as
22
defendant? Number 22 of the list of names.
Well, I'm not to the list of names yet.
Okay, now when you get to that point, that's why
See, I don't, and it doesn't. It's not stupid specific on this piece of paper. We're gonna go. We'll go on down here. Oh, okay. Here you go.
Wasn't it on top?
Yeah, here the name of the persons in their capacity to the United States House of Representatives. Now, this is only the House of Representatives.
Okay.
Almaz P. Aguilar, Colin Z. Alren, Mark E. I could do that for hours.
Oh my God. Yeah, there's like 400 House of Representatives, right? Something to that
Well,
effect.
yeah, and 300. You're gonna be shocked. We got to get to the number. Let's see here.
Okay, Jim Costa just won one of his a seat, right? In Democrat Party in California. Murkowski, that's one of ours, supposedly a rhino, but she's on the Republican side.
Both of our senators are on it. And
Mark
from Oklahoma.
Warner, Raphael Warnock. Look at them all.
Yeah. Well, see, and here it goes to, okay, here we go. It says this act is against 388 federal officers in their official capacities, which include President Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., Vice President Kamala Harris, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, former Vice President Michael Richard Pence. All the respondents have taken to the requirements of the oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against enemies, foreign and domestic, and as such, they are liable for consequences when they violate their oath of office. Now, that's not what I wanted, because there's another spot in here that tells the 388, and it tells you how many of these 388 are from what part of the branch of the government. I don't know where now.
Okay, to add to this tonight, we discussed all the millions and millions of dollars of briefcases or cases of cash that supposedly was left behind in Afghanistan, but they were transported out. Okay, of Afghanistan. That ties in with the FTX money laundering.
Right.
To keep these criminally corrupt people, in my opinion, in power. So go ahead.
Whoops. Oh, I'm trying. No, that's all right. I'm just trying to drop this link in chat. If somebody'd like to look over it. It's all written in legal stuff, and it's a little bit hard for me to follow. It'll take me a while to get through it, but the gist of it is there's like 93 out of 100 senators that are up that are named in this document. We've always said it was bad. I'm telling you that the right's not going to be any happier about this than the left, as far as politicians go.
The establishment, right? I mean, the Republicans. Okay, on that list, can you find any? Like, is there a Mitch McConnell type person on that list?
Well, it's 18 pages long. I didn't go through and paraphrase. What I need to do is go back through it page by page and find it. It gives a full list somewhere of everybody that's on it.
Yeah. So it definitely points out. Did it say? It said Nancy Pelosi, right? Was one of the main.
Yeah. Yep. Seeing a lot of this stuff is just okay. This is just the House, isn't it? I believe. Parties to be.
Oh, there's a list right there, right?
That's just the House of Representatives list.
Well, I saw Murkowski, Lisa Murkowski, I believe her first name is. She's a senator from Alaska.
Okay, well, all right. Well, let me go on down here and see if it's in this next page.
James Clyburn, yeah. Clyburn, yeah. He's a South Carolina guy. Been tied directly to the Biden club.
Trump girl says that the lower that sent it to the lower court. The lower court ruled against it, so that it's now back to Supreme Court as they accepted it. They haven't even given us the decision to whether or not accept it or not.
This might sound
what
like
we're waiting on.
this might sound like negative stuff or RH Downer
There's
kind of
in,
like thing.
James, every congressman and
But
congressman and woman and senator that voted to certify the fraudulent election is on this list. Okay, 11/23. That's when we're going to get our right, Trump girl. Gotcha. Okay. See, I mean, it's on and on and on. I'll share this link with you too, Ari, so you can pick through it. I was going to print it out, but couldn't get my printer to work.
so has the U.S. Supreme Court decided to take up that case or what? To base an opinion on that case? To make an opinion
We
on
have
it?
we have to the 23rd for them to make their decision.
Okay. Let me ask this: was Utah one of the states that the National Guard was conducting cyber surveillance during our ease?
Okay, say it again.
Remember that list of states that were the National Guard was deployed to conduct cyber surveillance during our ease? Was Utah one of those states?
I don't know what the 14 states were. Miss McConnell on page 5 of that list.
Elizabeth Warren. But they basically named them all. Look at it.
Oh, I think every one of them. There's all but a handful left that aren't on this list.
Tim Scott.
Oh, the list is 3 pages long.
Okay, is that Rick Scott, Senator Rick Scott? Republican Senator Rick Scott? Marco Rubio's on that. Marco Rubio's a Republican senator. There's a lot of
all the big names are on there too.
You see Patrick Leahy. He's the Senate pro tempore. He's like the 4th in line, right? Let's see
I don't know.
Vice President, 1st in line. Speaker, 2nd in line. Okay,
That helps a little, doesn't it?
President pro tempore. That's Leahy, right? So
Patrick Leahy.
Yeah, he's 3rd, I believe, in line of succession.
I don't know, but that's what I'm saying. The list is mind blowing.
Yeah. Okay, Mark Kelly, isn't he the senator that supposedly just won the election in Arizona?
I'm sure. I don't know. I think that is right.
Mitch McConnell's on the list on page 6 of that list.
Well, we're on what page am I on him? Are you looking at it on your yeah, we're on page 6.
No, I just read it off of the chat.
Oh, okay.
Griswold, L. Griswold. So he should be on that page right there, right? You see Turtle on there anywhere?
Yeah, I'm telling you, they're almost every one of them's on there. Anybody that voted to certify is on this list.
Okay, to include Mike Pence.
Oh, yeah, he's named right off the bat.
Yeah. Yeah, they fraudulently certified that election. Yep. And that's what
For that world. Careful with that word. We don't need a strike over here.
Oh,
This
oh,
long ago.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean this. Okay,
You
I'm
gotta,
sorry.
you
Forgive
gotta
me.
give me
That was
60
false
days away.
information. I just fact checked. I was just fact checked it. Please forgive me. I just fact checked myself. That was false information. We corrected it here.
Yeah. You got to give me 5 more days on the other page before we can do that over here. Okay.
Please, anybody that's actually a lawyer, please come in and correct me and school me on how that statement was wrong.
Well, I think that a bunch of this stuff's going to blow up, and we're going to start seeing. We're going to start seeing. They're going to have to relax their censorship, in my opinion. Who brought the case? Julie, hang on, I'll tell you. Roland J. Brunson, Brunson. He's the petitioner.
There was more, though. There was more names as far as there was a group of lawyers that actually brought that forward, but he's the main, like, I guess the main petitioner.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. There's only 2 names named on the original document.
Yeah, Don, could you please fact check me? You know, after all the stuff I just said on my channel before coming up here, Travis, you know, I was just speaking freely, and I just hopefully I don't cause any problems here.
Oh, if you do, that's okay. I've got one more. I just got to get it ready to go.
No, I don't want people to think I'm actually doing that on purpose, though.
But RH, it doesn't matter what they think. I know you're not.
Right. Well, if you can just give me a kind of like a right act before I come on, so I know.
Here, Julie. Here's the name. This is exactly how it is on the original document. 1-100. Jane Doe's also okay.
Their names aren't even mentioned. Right.
Yeah, there's a. I did see that too.
Oh yeah, down the bottom, right. And John and Jane Doe 1-100.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Kamala Harris, in her capacity as Vice President of the United. You know, do you know what her husband was just involved in, Travis?
No, I haven't heard.
He was actually overseeing the count. The numbers.
What?
He was overseeing the count of the numbers being reported.
Really?
Directly involved. Yeah, that just came out. They're actually out there bragging about it in a press conference.
Wow.
Before I get fact checked, somebody can go out there. I watched the video.
Anyway, Julie, I just dropped that link right there. You can look at all that information. If you'll just go down to there's down underneath it, there's a bunch of links that'll take you to all the information that's there about. Oh, there we go. There we go. It's all there. It's a lot of this stuff is just word salad. They don't want you to know what it says, but it's all there. But I still think it's going to be irrelevant.
Charles Schumer, Tim Scott. Yeah. Okay, I think that's the Republican senator from South Carolina, Tim Scott. I've always had my questions about him. He, you know what I mean?
Right.
Well, you think Gozar, Representative Gozar from Arizona was standing up there reading about to go into all that evidence they had, and that was signed off by a group of senators, I guess led by Senator Ted Cruz, they're the ones that signed off on that information, right, to be presented before that session, that joint session. And that's when the doors were opened up and all those people were allowed to come in. They stopped that dead in their track, and then when they came back in session, they immediately blamed President Trump, and they started certifying all the electors from all the states, right? And they refused to see any of the information. They refused to show it. And yeah, we know exactly what happened, basically. I mean, we don't know all the details. We don't know who all was involved. But we have a lot of questions for our own. And this is just crazy, man, what they've done. Now look at them trying to actually instigate a nuclear war in Europe. Now they've done this before. They've done this back in 2014 and 15. Remember when they immediately the Mockingbird media immediately blamed Russia for the downing of MH17, Malaysia Flight 17 in 2014, in July 2014. I'm not sure whenever the date that Yanukovych fled after the Biden team brokered a deal to overthrow that president there, and he fled to Russia. If anybody can find that date, I'd appreciate it, to see if it was after the Malaysia Flight 17 shoot down in July of 2014 or before that date.
Yeah, I don't remember.
But remember that right after they overthrew the president, that's when they brought in the CIA director, Hunter Biden onto the board of Burisma. A lot of people believe that might have been a CIA front group, Burisma.
Oh, yeah, I can't believe they're going to put McCarthy on there. That didn't make me happy at all. But I don't know, with some of this stuff, I don't know. It's going to be an interesting time for a while.
Well, the problem is we got to kind of like pinch our nose, right, and continue to vote for these people because, like Marjorie Taylor Greene said, we don't want a rift in America First movement. You know, we need everybody to stick together. But anyways, right. I don't know if Marjorie Taylor Greene's involved in any hanky-panky herself now. You know, I'm not saying that, but she's kind of like changing her tune a little bit, isn't she? Do you think so?
I don't know. I don't know that she's changing her tune. I think she's sticking to her ground a little bit on some stuff. I don't know.
Well, if we cause a rift in what we've achieved as far as our majority in the House, none of this stuff will be presented, right? Will be voted on or investigated in the Congress. I think it's too late for that, though. They are already right. People keep asking me now who ordered the National Guard to be deployed. I believe those were orders already put on the books, right, before Trump left office. And I believe some of the stuff, or maybe a lot of stuff that Derek Johnson is saying could be true, right? So I do listen to a lot of sources, especially veterans, you know. So this just might be one domino that's going to fall, Travis.
Well, I think this is the first step in the right direction. You know, I just hope, and this is what I hope happens. I hope they get in there and they start cleaning this mess up, and they start trying to work on getting our economy put back together, get us back to energy independence. If they're going to spend the next 2 years with nothing but poking fingers at the left side, they're just as guilty as the other side. And I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. I know there's going to be a whole lot of talking about stuff and a whole lot of not doing anything. But I think it's sick and tired we're sick and tired of the American people being last. So if it's going to be investigation after investigation, then we need to start putting pressure on these politicians to do the right thing. Christopher, I know you're just asking a question, but white hat, black hat, I don't give a shit about it. I really don't. I don't give a fuck about any of the Q stuff. I don't give a shit about it. Never have, never will. So just trying to stir up something in chat's not going to work for me. That's as far as we're going to go, Jason. If you want to ask questions, that's fine.
Yeah, I didn't mean to instigate that, Travis. Cause
that's okay. Don't get insulted if I say I don't give a shit. I mean, that's just the way it is. I'm trying to stick to something that has happened that could change, the direction of our country for a little bit. And what I'm saying is, if we're going to go from investigation into Russia bullshit over into this other bullshit and nothing's going to happen, we didn't fix a damn thing. So,
did you see the question from Christopher Sander?
Which one?
I don't know.
Yeah, the white hat. I don't give. Yeah, the white hat, black hat. That's what I said. I don't give a shit about any of that. I care about getting our country back on the right track. If somebody wants to play white hat, black hat games in the chat, I'll respond in the same way that I did to him. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. I want to know if the direction of our country is going the right fucking way or not. Period. Nothing else matters to me anymore. We spend so much time bickering back and forth over, who's a white hat, who's a black hat, blah, blah, blah. Well, DeSantis, who gives a shit? Okay, DeSantis, in my opinion, is doing a very good job. I've looked at almost all the policies that he's behind and he signs and he does, and everybody's calling him a black hat. I don't give a shit. Until he does something that policy-wise that hurts the American people, I'm not going to stop supporting him. And this division that they're causing is causing that. Everybody's going, DeSantis is going to run against Trump. Who gives a shit? He's not going to change parties and run third party to try to split the vote. He's either going to win or he's not.
Right.
I'll be behind DeSantis. You know what I mean? We got to stick to the program.
That's the left's primarily the left's division tactics, right? To cause us to squabble amongst ourselves. So
even our side's doing it, though. That's what pisses me off. Even our side's doing it. You guys just aren't fucking listening to us. You're too stupid to breathe. Come on, man.
Well, the majority is coming from the left, far left, especially their Mockingbird media.
I agree with that.
That's like people trying to divide Trump from the Q movement. I mean, Trump is going to separate himself from his own base. The Q movement's part of his base. You know what I mean?
Well, okay, and that's exactly right. And the reason that he doesn't come out and say against some of these things that are being said, and he doesn't say anything to encourage it, is because he knows better than to split his base. He is a smart man,
right? And our own representatives and even senators, the upper house, right, and both and Democrats have called for people that just follow the Q stuff as trying to identify them as domestic terrorists. I mean, that's really a big deal. We can't dismiss that part either. There's some really good people that believe in a lot of that stuff. They have a right to have their opinion and beliefs, right? But don't get it so far where it causes division amongst people that might not believe in what you believe in. So, I mean, personal attacks and comments, that's ridiculous because not a single person here has any inside information. Not a single person. I don't have inside information. How many times have we said that on this channel? We do not have inside information. Look how we were attacked from the very beginning.
Right.
right? That we're just pointing out. None of us have inside information. That stuff is not leaking. If it is happening, it sure as heck isn't leaking into the public domain, and they can't leak it. The first person that does that, if there is an operation like that, they'll be one of the first persons to be tried if there is military tribunals, in my opinion. Because you're trying to jeopardize a very, very sensitive operation. No, look at how many lives are at stake. This is not just the lives in the United States of America. It's all across the world. Look what's going on in Europe now. I mean, we're really facing the threat of a nuclear holocaust from these deranged people.
Right.
And this
we have to stick to a common goal, and the first common goal should be fix our country. So if our politicians still aren't doing what we want them to do, we need to raise the roof with them. We cannot let pressure off of them. Just because we got anything doesn't mean anything. DeSantis let the red flag laws just squeak through on accident, I guess. I'll check into that, Mike Smith, but I absolutely will, because I haven't dug that far in it yet. But policy-wise, I think he's staying on track. And if that's one of the things that he went for, look, there was a lot of us screaming, "Oh yeah, that's okay. Let's let him take some more of our gun rights." But we're just as bad because we didn't raise a big ruckus over it. But I'm just, we're gonna have to. We got to stay diligent.
Yeah, we have to be level-headed too. When you're talking about DeSantis, you think about how he's fought all the mandates and got us back to work again. Stop the lockdowns. We was one of the first states that stopped the lockdowns, right? If not the first state. I mean, there's other states like Kristi Noem, I believe. What was her state? Is that South Dakota? I mean, she might have been. That's really, as far as a running mate for president. I hope they got a good replacement for Kristi Noem, because she's going places, in my opinion. I think she would be the perfect running mate for President Trump.
Who?
Kristi Noem from I believe South Dakota.
Oh, I don't know much about her.
Mount Rushmore, Kristi Noem.
Yeah, I don't know much about her.
Remember how she refused to kowtow to the establishment and this tyranny to lock down her state, basically, and lock down her citizens. She's basically the first one. I think Ron DeSantis took the cue from her. I'm not talking about, the cue ball, right? When you're playing pool. DeSantis, okay, she was the one breaking, right? And then, after she broke, right? Okay, DeSantis stole her cue ball, maybe, or just took her cue ball. Maybe it discussed him taking her cue ball. So, I keep getting myself in trouble. I'm not a Q instigator, Travis. Believe me, I'm not. I promise I'm not.
From now on, you're the Q instigator. Oh, that's all right.
Yeah. Anybody knows actually Kristi Noem? Oh man, she's solid, man. She's solid as a rock. Yeah, all that distraction and that Mockingbird media passing that information to Trump on November 15th. I wonder if he changed. he changed the basically the format of allowing people to come in, you know, and showing the evidence. Remember that they confiscated, we believe, at Mar-a-Lago on August 8th. I wonder if that information changed the whole format.
I don't know.
President Trump should have seen through that right away because, you know what I mean? Putin is maybe not very smart, some things he's done, but he sure as hell ain't going to freaking shake that bee's nest in Poland. You know what I mean?
No. Well, now they've had to admit it that they screwed up, and it was Ukraine that sent them over there after screaming Article 5, Article 5. That should send red flags everywhere.
Right during that process, Article 5, wasn't they going through that on November 15th?
Mm-hmm.
The same time that Trump made his announcement.
There you go.
These are questions I don't, you know, I mean, I don't, you got to put the times and dates together, right? To see if they match. Like, for example, if if there was a bank robbery, right, on a certain date, like in November, you don't say the bank robbery was like 2 days later,
Right.
or a year earlier or 2 years earlier. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Time is relevant.
Well, we saw Mike Pence giving that envelope, right, during that funeral type thing. What do you call that? We had our thoughts about Mike Pence. He stood on the sideline too long, trying to be like a conscientious, like Paul Ryan type, objective type guy, and he sat on the sidelines way too long, and he did not actually perform his constitutional duty on that day in January. Did not perform his constitutional duty.
Here's what I think Pence did, in my opinion, is he waited for the political winds to change, and he went with the majority, just like all other rhinos do. They wait to see. They wait to see.
Right. See how they can personally benefit off of these events, right?
Exactly. Because they know if they don't shift with the how the politics go, they're not going to get their pleasure money.
Yeah, and you think all these people that sat back at home during all this crap happening, right? Getting their paychecks from home and doing these Skypes and these playing these stupid games. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
While their coffers are being filled with millions of dollars in many cases. You know what I mean? It's just sickening. You know, they should have invoked emergency congressional session when it comes to those lockdowns and get our economy back. Now, what's this talk about all these commercial like truckers kind of like being stopped on the East Coast from making deliveries? They're trying to shut our economy down. They're trying everything they can to just shut us down again.
Well, I see that.
Well, I'll be right back, Travis. I got to take care of something.
Got to take cause for the cause. Yeah. I still think we got to keep our minds clear about this stuff. Yeah, we're still going to have to deal with bad actors and all this crap. I have no doubt. If these idiots don't do what they're supposed to do this time around, I don't know how any of them reelected. Mitch McConnell has a 7% approval rating in his own state. They reelected him? Really? I can't get it. The Congress as a whole has a 16% approval rating. Who keeps voting these people back in? I mean, I don't understand it. I know it's all fixed. I know. But, at some point, at a 16%, where's the 84%? Yeah, Pence can run as a rhino. That's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to start his own party. No offense to Rhino over there, but squirrel away some cash. Yeah. I don't understand it either. There's no reason these people are getting. Yep. And even the video that we showed that Barack Obama was talking the other day. Both sides are doing it. People don't want to believe our side's doing it. Bullshit. I'm not going to buy that story. And I agree with that, Canadian Patriot. I'm just saying. Spend money to get elected, keep good people out. You're exactly right, Richard. And I've said that all along. Everybody wants term limits. I don't. I want campaign finance reform. And I want them to have to go out there and knock on doors. You can't buy $1 million TV ad anymore. Bullshit. That's not the way. That's not ever going to fix anything. And I think that that's the only way to fix it. Because if we don't, they're just going to, if they go to term limits, they're going to find another member of the family that's going to do the exact same thing that they've been doing for 40 goddamn years, and nobody's going to fix anything. And I would agree with that, Tanya, is the cheat will stop if we can get accountability. That's a perfect statement right there. But how do we get it? Well, here we go. The GOP comes out today and drops this big, okay, let's all feel better about it. And I do somewhat, but I'm also cautious about whether they're going to do the right thing or not, because I don't know that they will. We're just going to have to let this play out a little bit. And I don't want endless investigations, just like Boo Boo said earlier. When are we going to fix the economy, gas prices, and all that other stuff? This FTX thing is going to blow up on that piece of paper. Get ready. Well, there's a good possibility to that. But they also shoved another $37 million into that they're wanting to shove another $40 billion over there. I got it, conservative. Thank you. I've got, y'all aren't going to believe this. I have 17 windows open now, okay?
Now, who's instigating the Q stuff now, Travis?
I couldn't help it. It was a Q instance.
I can't even mute my mic and eat my supper.
I knew you was going to come back here and bust on me. I knew it. But I couldn't help. When I clicked on it, it popped up. There were 17 windows already open just from tonight. I was like, oh, God. I had to say it.
Yeah, I listened to Derek Johnson, and he called you out. He was proving the comms that Trump was making for his Truth Social, right, and the search for truth. And then I finally woke up. Okay, go ahead. Remember, I didn't start it again.
You didn't start it this time. Nothing wrong with having a little fun with it. I swear I'm not even lying. I'll pull it back up if you want to see there's 17 tabs open on my browser. All right, Don, I dropped it right there. It's got your name beside it. Don O'Savin.
Just be careful not to share the bot stuff, though.
No doubt. Oh, God. I've actually seen that one, conservative. I did see that. and it is quite telling. I don't know how you guys get through some of this information. I've got a handful. I probably got a dozen people that share stuff with me. I'm so backed up now that I'll never catch up on stuff that's been shared to me. I try to look at a little bit of everything, and if something really strikes me, I'll go ahead and stick with it. But if it's something that I have some knowledge of or heard of or seen before, and I try not to dwell on it. All right, here comes the echo crash. Come on, buddy. What's up, Don? Don Juan 07.
I only got a couple minutes. I know that for sure.
All right. Well, you stayed up on rhinos a long time last night. I was impressed.
I'm sorry?
Your echo didn't come on rhinos last night at all until you got booted out.
Yeah, until I started talking truth, but that's how it happens.
Well, then they threw you out.
But anyway, guys, it's going to happen fast. Things are happening. Believe what you want to believe. Pray down the road is all I can say. And we're going to be fine. And on the other side, it's going to even be better. Pretty much.
And I think you're right. I hope it happens fast, but I know that the government process is a slow process for a reason. And that the reason it's supposed to go slow is so one party can't come in here and just wipe us out.
Well, I agree with you, but we've already been wiped out by the commies.
Well,
for a long time.
I don't know if it's all lost.
No, it's not. But what I'm going to say is that we've got to be careful. We got to hold the line. We got to be patient. And I think it's on. It's shit. The Republicans put it pretty quick yesterday or today, I think. It's on.
They won't hold no punches.
They didn't pull no punches. Zero. And they said,
Yeah, that's why they've been quiet for so long. They've been waiting for the opportunity to present it, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, RH. You're right. But no. House cleaning. Trump said on it. But, whatever.
Okay, was Kevin McCarthy on that list?
I didn't see his name. I've looked at it, and I apologize for not having that knowledge right now. The obvious ones are the ones that I was looking at. There's a friend of ours, Rhino, that goes, there's no way they're going to get rid of 338. Yeah. Well, wait a minute. Did T-Man say he was going to drain the swamp? Here it is. Drain it.
Well, we thought that before, so I'm not going to give it that much weight, but I'm giving it a little bit of hope here.
Yes, I've got hopium on that too. I've got to say that. I think this document and our buddy they can not see it, and it's gone. I think the pressure comes to us as we, the people, have to stand up like Brazil people have by the millions on their vote. And until that happens, we may have to suffer through a lot of BS, if that makes sense. I'm not going to go do it being as big as I am. I'll be a target like whatever. But bottom line is, we've got to stand up as a people. We outnumber them by the millions. Good people in this chat, good people in RH chat, good people that I see throughout. We've got to stand. We've got to stand. And I think that's what Mr. T did by announcing. He didn't say 2024. If you guys really listen carefully.
Yeah, I'm not, but it was all over the podium. It was all over everything. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, but
Okay.
that's the official application. It was written in the official application to the Federal Election Commission
Correct.
of
I
the
agree with you.
intent to
Ari.
run for president 2024. So it's
Right.
specifically outlined in that application to get his name on the ballot and his intentions to run for president in 2024. So that's where you find the information. So the rest of that stuff is just speculation.
Right. And a lot of it, a lot of the
A lot of
negative
it's
people-
faulty logic too. Go ahead.
No. What I was going to say is a lot of it says, okay, now the J6 fake commission can't touch him. Even though it was a fake commission to begin with, it's not constitutional, number one. Number two, the arrest of Mr. T is off the frickin' deal right now. Even though they may
It's
still
not
try.
off. It's not off the table. It just makes it harder for him to be arrested for anything because he'll do the same thing Biden did. It's political bias.
Correct. Well, you
Okay,
got the three separations of our government. They cannot do it. I mean, from my understanding, I may be totally wrong. RH, you're very knowledgeable. So are you, Travis. I may be wrong, but they cannot touch him. No way.
Never say never.
That doesn't mean they're not gonna try. In my opinion, that is Joe Biden's last hurrah. He's basically being told what to do. Remember, he's got his own handler.
No, it's not even him. He's just whoever's
No,
playing
that's
him.
Don, just listen. That's exactly what I just said.
I know.
He has his own. He has his own handlers.
Yeah, we're getting your echo, Don.
All right, I'm out.
No, you don't have to just mute your mic.
Just put everything. Well, you can mute your mic when you're done. And then flip your camera and we'll turn you back on.
Listen, this is what they put this guy in there for. The primary purpose, they put that senile old guy in office was to permanently silence Trump and our movement. Right?
I don't know where we're going.
Are we still echoing?
No, I don't know what you did, Don, but you fixed it.
He just muted his mic, I think, right?
Okay. Thank you,
Well,
Don.
that's going to be his last hurrah. The problem he has is him ordering Merrick Garland to do that, to serve the indictment, right? And them actually physically perk walking Donald Trump. So that might have been a strategic maneuver to announce on November 15th, but I don't believe that's the reason why he announced on November 15th. I believe he announced on November 15th. He may have planned like any type of battle. It's fluid. It's dynamic. There's always components of that battle or that war. It's fluid. It's dynamic. It's like you're playing chess. One person makes a move, right? It's dynamic until there's checkmate, right? The queen needs to move and all that stuff, okay? What they're trying to allude to. So they made a move. One of their major moves, and what Donald Trump is totally against, is initiating a major war in Europe.
That's what they
So
want.
he
Yes,
had to
that's what
change,
they
in my
want.
opinion, to save a lot of lives. he had to change up the basically the platform on November 15th. That's my opinion.
Right.
And you could see how disgusted he was when he talked about it. He didn't go on long about it, right? He had to stay focused. Like I said, that's dynamic. When you come in, you're senior advisor. Now, I think that got to pay attention to these senior advisors. Sometimes they lead in our president in the wrong direction. They should have shared him the official Pentagon spokesperson's briefing about that subject, because it came out immediately after the Mockingbird media in Kiev said that Russia conducted a strike against Poland, right? There was a strike made against Poland. But just like Malaysia Flight 17, they tried to spark, going by their old manual, Operations Northwoods, right, to try to get us in a major war with Russia and Cuba back then. It's the same people. It's the same thought process. And then you have people like us that are out there, wait a minute, and businessmen like Donald Trump, knowing that would be a catastrophe for our economy to get into a major war. Now they're looking at spreading a new strain. Where did that new strain come from? And implementing lockdowns again?
Yeah.
We've seen their playbook too many times to understand what they're doing. Now, Donald Trump did say on multiple occasions, if he was the commander in chief, that would not have happened in Afghanistan. We would not have withdrawn our troops from Afghanistan before we brought back all our equipment and all the money, right? And our people. He would not.
You got to speak up your ass if you're going to do that.
Oh, where's your cowboy boots, Juan?
That's what we left. He had his feet propped up there. He put Don O'Savin in the private jet, so I had to address that. That's good.
Oh, those. Oh, you're wearing Don's 107 stinky socks, then, huh?
He's got Don O'Savin socks on. It's Don O'Savin has boots. Don O'Savin has feet, has socks.
Are those Q socks? Look, he's forming a Q with his feet. Look. Oh, man. There I go again, man.
Hey, get me one too, Gina.
There you go. There it is.
It's a sign.
Donald Trump Jr. there. Q plus.
There you go.
Well, there's been quite a few of those basically kind of petitions, but this is the problem we all face. What do they have? About 4 U.S. Supreme Court justices that we believe they're not even basing their opinions on our U.S. Constitution. Those are the people we have to overcome, right? When we're talking about introducing these lawsuits or whatever. So is the U.S. Supreme Court going to deny seeing that information again, like they did with 18 states that tried to show all the evidence, and they said that 18 states and all those millions and millions of U.S. citizens have no standing in our own ease? So are they even going to see it? Are they even going to base an opinion on it?
Well, they have to see it. They have to see it. Now, will they base an opinion on it? I don't know. Will they? because what they're going to do is agree to hear it or not hear it. And at that point, it becomes constitutional or not constitutional. And then it goes to Congress, right?
Well, I think at this stage, because remember, this is fluid. These crazy idiots are they're up to no good, and it's no good on a global stage. They're going to be trying to pull everything, every crooked false flag or whatever you can think of right now. Until we take back over our Congress again. So
yeah, they're going to need all the distractions they can get, and this stuff overseas is a
why
deal.
aren't they seeing these things in a kind of like an emergency type session way? You know what I mean? This is what gets me.
That's exactly what I said yesterday. I said that yesterday. If it's such a national crisis, then why are we waiting so long to hear any of this shit?
We just want discovery. We want in a court of law, right? We want discovery. We want the truth, and we're not going to get the truth until that gets to the discovery phase.
Yeah, and what's taking that so long? I don't know. The process of government. Black sheep matter.
What lawsuit are you talking about?
Well, that's the reason why I think it should be going to military tribunals. It's already way past the point. They've already crossed too many lines in the sand, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know that.
I'll show you some of that tomorrow. Mom was asking what we were talking about. So there's a suit filed before the Supreme Court of national emergency, or how did they word that, RH? It's caused a national emergency, and we're wondering why it's taking them so long to hear about it. If it's as important as the documents say it is, why don't they hear it?
Right, and as far as the information that Derek Johnson puts out, if the President of the United States declared a national emergency, the Congress is supposed to react to that and basically go in session and either support that declaration or not support it. So if they don't go in there and they don't support that declaration from the Congress itself, then okay. So far as certain aspects of certain operations, then in that aspect, Donald Trump will be directly involved in a type of what do you call that? Commander-in-chief type position, or that might have been delegated down to a lower level type devolution type continuity of government. Now, remember when I was talking the other night about cogs and cog. Cogs and cog are two different things. Cogs in a wheel is to prevent continuity of government. Cog is actually continuity of government to prevent shutting down our government from operating properly, or shutting down our military operations from operating properly. Now, that's the reason why I brought up the fact that Douglas MacArthur, his title, how many people know in chat that one of Douglas MacArthur's titles was Commander-in-Chief? Think about that.
Guess I could have put that up there, Bill. Oh, now you turned your camera off. I made your camera bigger, Don, so you could show your game wall there, buddy.
Okay, now when we're thinking about the Abraham Accords, now, did Donald Trump appoint in a time of war a Douglas MacArthur's type position to be the commander in chief of all these nations? So Douglas MacArthur was appointed a fifth star. Douglas MacArthur was one of his titles was Commander in Chief of the United Nations. So did President Trump appoint another general during that national emergency in a devolution type situation to lead up the cyber surveillance going all the way back to 2018 midterms? Hindsight, perfect vision.
Yeah, I don't know. How do you find that information out?
Okay, well, the National Guard was deployed. They were ordered to be deployed.
Okay, were they and see, there you go. I thought the governors had to deploy the National Guard.
No, in that instance, I believe I kind of like align my opinion with Derek Johnson's, because remember,
Okay, I don't know. I'm asking because I don't know. But I thought your state governors were in control of your National Guard to deploy them.
okay, now remember in 2018, now we discussed this on your show quite often. In 2018, actually go back to February 4th, during that State of the Union address. February 4th, State of Union, President Trump mentioned the coronavirus and the visible enemy. Okay, so in 2018, talking about foreign interference in our ease, okay, you have to tie it all together. So if he declared a national emergency, Congress did not go in session and basically a rule or make basically a vote on the national emergency, that authority, that command authority, still resides with the President of the United States and the Commander in Chief, especially in times of war. Now, we're talking about foreign collusion. We're talking about the global pandemic. We're talking about the USS Roosevelt being targeted, the sailors on the ship that were targeted or contracted a certain type of virus on shore leave in the communist country of Vietnam. They came back to the ship and they spread that certain strain. Okay. Remember the WIV in China? Y'all know what the WIV stands for. Remember Senator Tom Cotton's public statement about the lockdown at the WIV? Now you think about all the information, the planning and all the planning and these conferences they were having going back years for their agenda, right? 2-1, we're talking about event 2,
Yeah.
Globe 1. They went back years. So basically, President Trump was briefed by our intelligence community, and I think through military intelligence type individuals like General Flynn, and they were expecting all this to happen.
Okay. See you in the
So,
morning.
so This stuff isn't like a conspiracy theory. There are orders on the books, even way before President Trump came along, that certain triggers have to be met, whatever, before certain like military units are called into active duty, and those triggers were crossed, or those triggers were set, and we watched a lot of those triggers set. Now, I have to say again, remember, not only the USS Roosevelt basically had to go lock down and go through the decontamination process. They took an entire carrier group, basically, or a carrier, out of commission. And then remember when Cheyenne Mountain went on lockdown? Remember when Cheyenne Mountain went on lockdown?
No, I don't remember. You remember dates and stuff way beyond my comprehension level. I'm just lucky to know what I had for supper.
Well, all of this occurred. And remember when President Trump ordered that Chinese consulate in Houston to be shut down?
Yes, I do remember that.
Start putting connecting all these single dots, right? It was the Chinese consulate that was ordered shut down. Remember when President Trump was making jokes about the Hong Kong Fu?
Yeah.
Remember what we kept providing the information about that event to Globe One of their main participants? What was his name? The CCP participant, the CCP CDC director. When you're talking Kung Fu, in this case, we're talking about George Fu Gao. The information's out there. Yeah, look up George Fu Gao, main participant, event 2, Globe 1, or replace that globe with a 0. World Economic Forum, right? Hosted by the World Economic Forum, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They're represented by the UN Foundation, was Ted Turner. He had a representative there. Remember the founder of CNN?
Yeah.
And the UN Foundation. Think about all those participants. Not a single one of them belonged to Trump's administration. It's all out there. I mean, it's basically, if we had a functioning Department of Justice, all of this would have been investigated. There would already be people in prison for what they've done. Remember that when this thing was first spreading in China, they locked down any type of transportation or any type of travels into Beijing, but they continued to allow all those international flights to leave.
Yep.
Right? So when was it that President Trump implemented
The no-fly.
the travel?
I don't know. I don't know, but they called him a racist for doing it.
Right. Yeah, remember the first people that were out there calling him a racist? Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, Nazi Pelosi was in Chinatown.
Right. But after he declared that travel ban between us and basically Wuhan, that was a primary spot, right? He implemented a travel ban to keep it from spreading into our country. She's out there on February 24th telling everybody without social distancing, without wearing a mask, she's telling everyone to come to Chinatown, San Francisco. Remember all the stuff we shared on your show, Travis?
Oh yeah.
All you have to do, we have all the information. It's just trying to piece it all together in a coherent way.
Piece it together.
Right.
Yeah.
Piece all the images, piece everything we've heard, piece it all together. And what do you have? It's starting now. It's starting now. The very first day, I mean, the day like after, right? November 15th or today, right? This morning, they were locked and loaded. The congressional representatives were locked and loaded to present their case. They're locked and loaded. They know what the heck happened. Why do we believe that FTX was finally put in the news? Those congressional representatives have been watching this stuff for a long time. And think about all those RC 135s that Pappy Two Bears brought to my attention again the other day, or yesterday, or day before. These are RC 135s, remember? They can pick up like they can track like a soccer ball, like, what was it, 30 miles away?
Right.
They pick up, think about all the communications they're picking up.
Yeah.
They have collected all this data. It's just only a matter of time before that data is presented before a court. And if they block it, if they obstruct justice again, true justice again, especially during this time of war and during the time of the invisible enemy, think about this. They're trying to introduce another strain. What was that?
Well, they warned about that way before any of this.
Right.
Oh, what was it Bill Gates said? Just wait for the next one. Arrogant son of a bitch.
Right, exactly. Exactly. So they've already planned to introduce another strain. Was that a gain of function strain? What is this? What are we on now? SARS-CoV-20?
Hey, I don't know whether I shared this with you or not, but that Dr. Drew, who used to be a lefty, had a doctor on his channel the other day doing live, and they come right out and said it is a bioweapon.
Okay.
Did you know you're being called Bigfoot over there, Don? I think we found Bigfoot.
I am a Bigfoot.
I thought you're 6'5", Don.
I am 6'5".
You look like you're 5'4" with your feet. You got small feet.
Size 14? All right, talk to me.
Size 14. It looks like size 2 from here.
Okay, whatever.
I'm playing with you, bro. Don't get upset now.
Oh, I'll never get upset with you. I kind of like you.
I'll be back. I gotta get my hot chocolate.
Okay, Don, you're taking over the show. I'll mute my mic.
Hell no. If I'm echoing, please in chat tell me I'm echoing.
You're not echoing.
Okay, cool. Hey, all right, you're right on a lot of stuff. I think we're in for a really interesting time, and I think we're in for some bumps. Yeah, absolutely. But how the repubs in the Congress acted today, to me, it's a clarifying good thing. And this is what we need in our country. is to get rid of these communists, and they're on both sides of the aisle. So please don't think that I'm just against the Democrats. Okay, we have a bunch of scumbags in our government that are sucking down the they're how do you make okay, yeah, they make why do we pay them $173,000 a year when they make millions on the side for how they vote on big pharma or whatever? That's gotta stop. Am I right or wrong, RH?
Well, you're right. Mimi Parks' representatives today, they confirmed what we've been saying all along about this
Correct.
human trafficking, as far as tying that together with sex slavery.
That's what hurts me the most is this. I mean, man, if one of my grandkids got taken, I'd go bat crap crazy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they're beautiful babies. They're just innocent, and I know that's for everyone that this has happened to. And we got to admit that this is going on. And these people that do it are vampires, or whatever you want to call them. And it's not nice. I mean, I've seen some of the video. I can't watch it. I mean, Abaddon and Hillary.
Aberdeen.
I'm sorry. Abaddon's video.
Aberdeen. I think it's Aberdeen, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're peeling off. I don't even want to talk about it. A face of a child while it's alive, so they can get adrenochrome from it.
Yeah.
If that doesn't wake you up, and why are these people still walking this face of the earth? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't. I cry every night when I go to sleep. I just cry for the children. Supposedly 95% of them have been taken out. I hope that's true. But what about the 5%? We can't, as a humanity, let this go on. Can't.
Bullshit.
Travis,
Sorry.
I'm gonna share you an article. Don, you probably got to mute your mic. You're echoing again. Don't
Okay,
leave.
I will. Hold on.
Just mute your mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. You gonna put it in the private chat, RH?
Where would it be easier for you to share? Would it be easier for you to share if I send it to your Gmail or private chat?
You can put it in private chat. I can drop it right in the chat.
Okay. All right. Hold on.
No
Be right
problem.
back.
That's right. Yeah, we got to get you a laptop one of these days, brother. And it'll make your life so much easier. Don, can you type with your feet? Charge the CCP 12 to 15 trillion dollars for spraying. That's finally admitted how it was released. I haven't heard that one yet, Lauren. So I don't know if you Google national trails and clouds, it's pretty damning evidence against our own government. Oh, Gina, you're in trouble. You get in there and bake some cookies, I guess. We always have junk food around here. We're junk food junkies. Okay, Don, is that an axis deer that you were showing us, the second one, the big one, the It's got the white spots on it. No, yes, maybe. I think he muted us too. Making coffee. All right. Oh no. Okay. I actually looked up axis deer, but I couldn't remember what they looked like. But he looked like he was a different colored deer. Is the only reason I thought that. Let's do that. I'm trying to get my buddy Michael Pounds to come over here. He was a drill sergeant in the Army he's retired now. But he talks about, he knows a lot about the NASA trails and clouds, and he gets taken off TikTok about, I don't know, 3 times a week. And he's got 30,000 followers, so they find him real easy, and he gets right back up. But he's funny as hell. And there's a lot of, okay. Don says he'll show us an axis deer. But I'm hoping he'll come over here and have a discussion with us one night. He's a good guy. Those guys had tons of chemtrails this morning. Yeah, they are. I can barium, lithium, and trimethylene, I think is what they're spraying on us. None of those things are good for us. The last time I seen anything on it, and I don't know whether it had any weight to it or not, the pollution of those 3 chemicals is 100 times higher than it should be. And I ain't cool with that. So I don't know how we stop that shit either, but. And I think it all ties to this pharmaceutical manufacturing company that's trying to, I got to be careful. I don't need my 3rd channel taken down yet. Somebody's probably out there reporting the son of a bitch anyway. We'll just get ready for a new one. Barium with them. I don't know the strontium. I'll pull it up right quick. Okay, here we go. I got your link pulled up, RH, and let me NASA trails clouds. Boy, it pops right up too. There's been a lot of people on that. And this is from their website. Now I will drop a link in the chat in NASA website. Copy. So nobody thinks I'm spewing bullshit. Paste. There. And it says trimethylene, aluminum, lithium, and barium is what they're claiming that's in those. Now, those are the only 3 ingredients that they do claim at this time, and they do admit it. I have your link pulled up there, bub. RH. Oh, RH has got his Mar-a-Lago flag up. I like that picture.
Look at that. Look at that handsome guy back in that background there.
Hey, I'm telling you, that was a good day right there.
Helen's agreeing with me. Yeah, it's one of the most handsomest mans in the world, right? That what you said, Helen? That what you said over there? I heard you. Thank you. It's great to have the power of the mute button so we can mute it right away.
You may need to practice on that because when the Gong Show comes around, she gets that cast iron skill after you. We're gonna woo.
Yeah, I thought. What happened to that shirt y'all gonna make with me hanging off the end of the caboose there? Train wreck.
We need to do that.
Train wreck.
We need. I need. What I need you to do is send me that picture that you've got as your avatar, and I'll put it in the program, and I'll make you an avatar. We'll get it hanging off the train. I forgot all about that. I don't use that much anymore. My avatar has changed so much that, well, you can see.
Yeah, can you read that bio for Douglas MacArthur?
I can.
Okay,
the one
when
you
we're
just sent me?
talking now, when we're talking about either retrograde operations or removing those cogs so we can have continuity of government. Okay, this is what we're talking about.
What's this?
People in our military appointed to certain positions. Okay, remember General Flynn, far as we're talking about 4-star. We've been talking about this for quite some time. Now,
What the heck?
I hope the National Guard wasn't deployed to conduct some type of dog and pony show. I hope they're really doing what they're supposed to be doing, right? So, anyways,
Right. Well, we also hope that uh-oh, we lost Echo Crash. There he is. All right, Don, you're back, buddy.
now I'm talking about the reason why the main purpose of sharing this. This is during a time of war, okay? Basically, this national emergencies were declared during a time of war.
Right.
So, the EO 13848 was measures put in place to prevent basically a cyber attack, primarily to prevent a cyber attack. Now, the order to shut down the consulate in Houston, the Chinese consulate in Houston, was to prevent the counterfeiting of our pieces of paper, to prevent the continuation of the counterfeiting of our pieces of paper.
Right. Okay, there's Don again before I go do that. Come on, Echo Crash. Echo Crash. There he is. Okay. So I'll pull this up. General Douglas MacArthur, is that the one you sent me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, there you go. Let me make it a little bigger.
It's only a few paragraphs that you actually have to read, just to point out.
I'll go ahead and read it. So Doug MacArthur was born in Little Rock, Arkansas on January 26, 1880. He graduated the first in his class from the United States Military Academy in 1903. Commissioned as second lieutenant. He served in the Philippines for a year. He was promoted to first lieutenant in 1904. From 1904 to 1906, he was an aide to the commander of the Public Division. His father, Lieutenant General MacArthur, his father, Lieutenant General MacArthur. He next served as an aide to the President Theodore Roosevelt and taught the Armed Services School at Fort Leavenworth from 1908 to 1912. In 1911, he was made a captain and served in the general staff from 1903 to 1917. In 1915, he was promoted to major and took part in the Veracruz operation. In 1917, he was promoted to colonel and made the chief of staff for the 42nd Rainbow Division of France. Promoted to brigadier general in the National Army in 1918, he fought in the Marine operations. He commanded the 84th Infantry Brigade in the I can't pronounce that word, Mihel and Mao's whatever offense, and led the 42nd Division in the Sedan offensive. He then served with the Army occupation and was superintendent of the military academy from 1919 to 1922. In 1920, he was made brigadier general in the regular army. He married Louise Cromwell Brooks in 1922 and was promoted to major general in 1925. MacArthur then successfully commanded the district of Manila, the 4th and 3rd Corps areas, and the 9th Corps area. In 1930, he was promoted to temporary general and served as Army Chief of Staff from 21st of November 1930 to the 1st of October 1935. As Chief of Staff, he highlighted armed deficiencies in strengths and materials, established an Air Force headquarters, and supervised the eviction of the bonus marchers from Washington, D.C. After his tour as Chief of Staff ended, he resumed his permanent rank of Major General and became a military advisor to the Philippines. In 1937, he married Jean Faircloth and then retired from active service. In 1941, he was recalled to duty as Lieutenant General and Commander of the U.S. Armed Forces in the Far East. In 1941, he was made temporary general and was Supreme Allied Commander in the Pacific from 1941 to 1945. In 1944, he was made temporary general of the Army and awarded the Medal of Honor in the Philippines Defense. In 1945, MacArthur was Supreme Allied Commander, Japan, and a year later was made permanent general of the Army. In 1947, MacArthur was named Commander-in-Chief, Far East Command. He led the United Nations Command in the Far East in the outbreak of the Korean War and commanded the landings.
Stop there. Stop there.
Yeah.
Now read that again, his titles.
It says I read that, and I was going to come back to it. It was almost done.
Right, 1945. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me start. Okay, so in Armed Forces Far East in 1941, he was temporarily general, was the Supreme Allied Commander of the Pacific, 1941 to 1945. In 1944, he was temporary general of the Army and awarded the Medal of Honor in the Philippine Defense. In 1945, MacArthur was Supreme Allied Commander of Japan, and a year later became a permanent general in the Army. In 1947, was named Commander-in-Chief. That's what you wanted me to. That's what you were shooting for, right there.
Right. Okay. Now we're talking about Roosevelt. We talk about the Knights of the Round Table. When we're discussing things like people don't believe as far as military intelligence goes. You have to put these things together to understand that certain measures had to be put in place. They had to decontaminate. They had to decontaminate an aircraft carrier, which jeopardized a carrier group, entire carrier group operation. Remember, Vietnam is controlled by China. It's a communist nation. Well, there was a lot of us that were upset that captain allowed, based on the intelligence he was provided, that he allowed our Navy sailors conduct shore leave on Vietnam. That's where they contracted that search and gain of function strain. That came from where again? The WIV. Remember, they conducted tests on that strain that those sailors picked up in Vietnam.
Right.
Okay. Prior to that, or immediately after that basically that investigation, that medical autopsy, if you will, that's when they put NORAD on lockdown. Cheyenne Mountain went on lockdown. Okay, where's Space Command or Space Force?
Well, Space Force, I don't know. NORAD used to be a significant thing. Now, I don't know that it's is it still a big significant. Pennsylvania voters file a lawsuit to delay certification of election results in Delaware County. Good. They should. Echo, crash, crash, crash. What's up, Don? Sorry about that. All right. I watched chat a little bit. And
Now,
throw
some
stuff
of
in
this
there.
is speculation. Some of this is just, opinion, and a lot of this is based on facts, historical facts. So when we're talking about devolution, what is devolution? Why don't you actually read the definition of devolution? Where, okay, constitutional wise goes, as far as our constitutional republic, the president of the United States has to step back, right? In a devolution type scenario, that's where you delegate others to take over command, to include others to take over as commander in chief. Okay, so
I saw that.
Pappy Two Bears, we went over this the other night. Even as far as a non-commissioned officer goes in the United States Army, you have two titles for an E8. You have a master sergeant title for an E8, and also you have the first sergeant title for an E8. The first sergeant works directly with the commander, right? And he's over far as authority of the master sergeants of that command, because the first sergeant falls directly under the commander. And that would include the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe. That would also include the Commander-in-Chief, the delegated Commander-in-Chief. So if in a time of war, a general, say for example, we're just using an example, is General Berger. There's a lot of what do you call that? Opinions or whatever, or hypotheses, if you will, about what General Berger's position is. In a time of war, what is General Berger's title? I think based by what happened in Afghanistan, they would not give that title to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Miley. Far as I know, General Miley's only in charge of how many pins are distributed in our armed forces. Writing pins I'm talking about. I don't know what he's actually responsible for doing after that blunder in Afghanistan. That was a major blunder, by the way, of him contacting his counterpart in China, communicating without the permission of the President of the United States. There's another thing that Miley's responsible for. Again, when we're talking about money laundering operations, how much of those briefcases, those millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars in briefcases were moved whenever the military personnel evacuated from Afghanistan before they got our civilians out of there, and before they got all that military equipment out. They just left it there.
We still have civilians over there too that got left behind. Not happy about that. They're probably not now. They're probably all
okay.
Yeah.
Look who they tried to leave behind in Benghazi. There's a lot more they left behind in Afghanistan, though, than they left behind in Benghazi. Probably 1,000-fold, right?
Yeah. Well, seeing, and you're right, and I think Rhino may be on something. What if this the 101st is another one of our sacrifices on this bullshit? If that happens, ooh, Ooh, enough is
In
enough.
my opinion, they're using our boots on the ground as war bait. They're
Yeah.
basically using them as war bait.
And well, but you go to Benghazi, that deal, whew, you don't even want to get me started on that shit. And if they do the same thing this time, those politicians should not be able to walk the streets anywhere. Period. None of them, unless they're up there making a big ruckus about it.
I unmuted. Don't mess.
You're good.
Don't mess with 101st Airborne ever, never.
Then why are they over there? Why are they over there doing an audit, Don? I'm not cool with it.
No, they're actually doing. From what I understand, I may be wrong.
Exercises.
No,
They're conducting.
They're cleaning up labs, and I may be wrong. I don't know. That's what I hear. Supporting the Russians, getting rid of these biolabs, and if that's true,
But I thought we were on the Ukraine side.
you're on it. I'm not.
No, that's not what our government's doing.
Well,
They're
yeah,
shoving billions.
that's the government. That's the most corrupt government in the world that has been. I mean, look at what's it, FXT or FX, whatever the hell it is. Oh yeah, biggest freaking company that did all this laundering in the world. That's just a baby piece. There's more than that. I mean, my goodness, when we get woken up to all of it, which we're not, it's going to be amazing. The Clintons, the Bidens, Bush, all of them. It's sickening. Fucking sickening. What our country has been sold out to as far as selling our country out. I'm sorry. I just
can't. I'm with you. I'm with you, Don.
I'm sickened.
Oh, okay. So, well, if we get into that conversation, we'll get thrown off here immediately. So I'll stay out of that one. Because I was fixing to go into some other stuff, because you're spot on. The amount of collateral damage that our government is used to inflicting is sickening.
No, I have to say this real quick before I forget. You know, those laws, those orders are only good if people follow them. For what we've seen by now, let's go back to, did President Trump fire Bill Barr before that January day? Who was in charge? Who was the acting attorney general after Bill Barr was fired? Was it Whitaker?
Barr was fired?
Yeah, Trump fired Barr, right? Or he resigned before January 20th of 2021, right?
Yeah, they had a big ruckus.
Okay, so let me ask you this question here. Did Bill Barr refuse, while he was still Attorney General, of seeing all that evidence that was presented by Representative Gozar from Arizona?
I apologize. I was thinking Durham. And you're right, RH, again. Bill Barr, he is not going to be around. Just trust me. That guy has been compromised. I don't know how, but that is not a really good man. And this is what this country needs to do, is get rid of all these stinking, sick people that have been compromised. I have no clue how, why, where. Could be children, could be whatever. These people do not need to be in charge of this country. That's my point, they need to go. All of them. I don't care who you are, Republican, Democrat, whatever. All of y'all need to go. You're sick, effing people, and we don't need that. We the people, which I think is coming, the Republic is coming back, need to run this country. All we need is a small government that votes on certain things, not 5,000 pages bullshit. And rid of
They need to be clean bills. They need to be clean bills and no fucking riders on them. Period. Five
page at most.
Why don't we write it in layman's terms? I want it written in layman's terms.
Amen, amen, amen. I'm so sick of this crap.
Vote yes on blah, 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 and yes means no. Come on.
Oh, yeah. I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of it. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I want we the people, the Republic, don't even call us a democratic whatever, because that's two steps from fucking socialism. We are a republic, individual states.
We're a constitutional republic.
Thank you for saying that. I agree with you 1,000%.
Because a republic, I'm not sure, is the same thing as a constitutional republic. The constitutional republic protects the constitutional rights that have been given to us, period.
Well, I carry my constitution. I carry my constitutional thing in my car whenever I drive. Of course, I obey laws. I mean, I'm not stupid. If anybody pulls me over, I go, up. Here, you wanna read this? Okay, if I'm, of course, I don't drink anymore, but you want to pull me over for not having a driver's license, which I do have. Here's the law. It's already been proven. I don't have to pay a tax to drive my fucking car. Excuse me.
Well, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people going that route too, because it is a private property, and I tested that theory a time or two. You don't have to have a driver's license. You don't have to have a driver's license to drive one either.
You don't even have to have a hunting license. Please. Now I get mine. I mean, it's all bullshit. How many
tax?
Ask me this. Well, not ask me. Tell me, Travis. Can you name all the taxes we pay upon taxes? Upon taxes? Upon taxes?
It's 75 cents on every dollar.
It's
That's what my math
ridiculous.
says.
It's fucking
75 cents. 75 cents per dollar.
It's freaking ridiculous.
Take that.
We're feeding the snake, and they are stealing our country. Feeding the snake that is stealing our country. Stop it. I mean, most of them, well, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. It's just absolutely batshit crazy how many taxes we pay. And it's not
75 cents on the dollar is what I figured, Don.
Yes,
I've done the math. It's almost 75 cents on the dollar.
If I made $200,000, okay, which I have, and plus, how much taxes I paid on that is absolutely batshit crazy. and then I'm on Social Security disability now. I'm going like, oh, I only get $3,600 a month. Blow me. Give me that money back and let me put it in a whatever, gold, silver, and I'd be in a way better position. It's just stupid. Fucking stupid. Use my language, ladies. I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's all right. You're grown up so weird.
No, but I respect the ladies. They do. I mean,
You just broke up. Okay, conservative cowboy, would you drop your Telegram link in here again? I'll show that.
oh, he's
I don't
got
know
a
that
great
anybody-
one. I've seen it on Mark Z's show.
Okay.
He's got a great link. Absolutely. I saw it on Mark Z, I think.
I usually turn the notifications off because, whew, I don't know when some of these people sleep.
Am
But
I
that's okay.
okay,
I
or
don't
do I need to mute, Travis?
No, it's staying perfectly right now.
Okay.
Don.
All right. Just let me know. But I've seen conservatives deal on, I think, on Mark show. Same one. I don't know if it is. It's good.
Right there it is. Right there it is. Thank you, conservative. Yeah, conservative drops a shit ton of information in here for us guys.
Yes, sir.
Always brings receipts. I appreciate what conservative cowboy does.
Amen.
Thank you very much. And I want to make sure that anybody that has Telegram that has time, because I'm telling you that's going to be another one of those channels that just goes blows up because there's so much information they put out there.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he was on. And is he on your show right now? It
Yeah, he
might
did-
be
he dropped
different
a bunch of
information because he's really good. But what I saw today, he dropped some stuff on MZ, Mark Z's show. I was, whoa, hello. You know,
There's just on today's stuff is an unimaginable amount
yep.
of stuff. So I don't know how you get time to research all that stuff and get through all that stuff, but we do appreciate the
I do.
information. Yeah.
I mean, you know
Yeah.
what? You know what it is, Travis? It's just all coming together, being one. And believe me,
And I agree with that, Don. I've said that from day one. But,
I know you have. That's why I'm here.
well, you and I disagree on a lot of different things, but we have the same common goal, and we never let that get out of hand.
No,
That's what we got to focus on. That's our
exactly.
focus.
We got
You know what?
we got to
If you wanna
focus on.
jump up here- if you want to jump up here and talk about Q, I'll tell you I don't believe it, and just because I don't follow it, our goal is the same. We want to get our country back, and we got to start.
We got to focus on the republic, constitutional republic. That's it. I'm with you. I'm not going to argue with you. In fact, no.
Oh, we argue all the time, but it's not like we're beating on each other.
No, we don't. Shit, we'll still go we'll still go sit down and cook a steak.
Yep.
You know,
No matter who wins or loses, the steaks are going to be good.
yeah, exactly. That's what it's all about.
That's right.
And whether I'm right or wrong,
It's irrelevant. Whether I'm right or wrong, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who's wrong.
no,
At
but
the end
what
of the
we're all
day-
focused on is the same thing. Is my
That's exactly
my
where I
point.
was headed with it.
I mean,
Exactly right.
I may be off the wall, you may be off the wall, but guess what? We're in the game. That's the important part.
Yeah. I'm gonna expand my horizons here just shortly. I'm gonna start getting out into the United States and I'm gonna go help people and I'm gonna talk to people. Period.
God, I wish I could go help you with that lady. I got too much.
Oh, I did too.
I swear to you, I'd meet you up, but I can't. I've got too much crap going on at the ranch and other things. I mean, we got to kill 36 of those and every pig we can find. And I'm willing to share it. And I can do the basic stuff as far as, how the gutting, skinning, and freezing, and whatever. I can grind it to. I've got the whole processing thing at my house. But if people are not ready, I mean, it's about and you know what Texas is filled with hogs wise. I mean, double that. I could feed a lot of people as long as they would, and I'll do my part, but they're going to have to pay for the freezing, the
Processing.
Well, I'll do it for free, but they got to pay for okay, you want sausage, you want this, you want that, because that costs money. If you want just the meat and pay for the, that ice, what's it called? The ice that's really cold.
Dry ice.
And put it in a box and send it to you, I'll do it. I don't have a problem with that. But on my ranch, I got to kill 36 does. I mean, it's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. Dogs out there, those aren't going to be shared. But anyway. And hogs. Rock Spring, where Rock Springs is.
Oh yeah, I know right where it is. I've never eaten wild hog. How do they taste on comparison to a regular hog?
This year's been a really weird year. The water's been vacant a lot. I'm to kill, even though we have hogs, I'm not going to kill them till it gets colder because of the ticks. Okay.
Right.
And that kind of thing. I mean, I wouldn't eat it. Why would I send it to somebody else? But acorns, there's not going to be any acorns for the deers this year. It's pretty sad because of the rain. But we're still have some really nice deer because we feed, cottonseed and protein and that, and corn, of course.
Right.
But bottom line is, I mean, I want to bless people if I can. If they're willing to pay the shipping. I mean, I can't. I'm buying another freezer and filling it up. I can tell you that right now, and I'll make it the way I want it. I can make hamburger. I can make sausage. I can make whatever. But it's way over what I can eat, and it needs to be done. And I'm willing to do it if somebody's willing to pay, one, the shipping, and two, if you want sausage, if you want just straight hamburger, okay, just pay me for my time. I mean, $5 an hour, I don't give a fuck. I'm not. I want to bless people because this meat is got to be eaten, and it's good, lean, pure.
Right. Yeah, you'll have to put hamburger in the deer meat to get it to.
No, I don't put hamburger in it. I don't put suet in it.
If you fry ground deer meat, anytime I've ever done it, you had to put a little hamburger in it to get the grease, so it'd have something.
Well, no, there's Well, I use a different process, and I get it from people that cut. Well, it's real fat from real meat. Anyway, it's not called suet. Suet is the lazy man way to do it. But anyway, I'll just grind it. You do whatever you want to do with it. Vacuum packed, ready to go. I mean, Chris, I got a feeling we're gonna be in a shitty situation here pretty quick.
Hey, Don, if I may, can I add something here real quick? And then I'm gonna have
You
to
add
run.
all you want there, Bubba.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna get out of here pretty quick anyway.
Yeah.
Please pray for all these whistleblowers, especially these whistleblowers and these 3-letter agencies that are coming forward. We
Amen.
need them. We absolutely need them. We're talking about the F_I, N_A,
Amen.
D_D, D_J. You know,
Hey, do you want to start
C
that prayer?
_. I
You
can
want
let
to
you
start
lead.
that prayer, or do you want me to do it?
I'll let you do it. You know, the C_A.
Yes, sir.
Please pray for even people in our Congress that's been brought, that has been given sensitive information
Yes,
to
sir.
conduct these investigations and reveal a lot of this criminal activity going on. I mean, they're in really a dangerous situation right at this point.
Yeah, they can be Arkansasized.
Yeah, well, we're not going to speak that into actually happening, right? We're just you're gonna pray, like lead a prayer to prevent that from happening, correct? Go ahead. This is going to be a lot of people under fire. That was one of President Trump's comms, right? There's going to be a lot of people under fire trying to put out the truth and expose the truth. All right, go ahead, Don.
Hold on. Sorry. I had to take an intermission for a second. Oh, I'll absolutely pray for that. Are you there?
Yep, we're all here.
We're all
All right.
ears.
Well, please, Lord, please be with us in this time of trouble, where we are trying to take out and expose the ugliness in this world, the things that are happening here, the child trafficking, the everything that Satan has had his hands on and has made these people that are few control this world. Lord, I just ask you, in Jesus Christ's name, please come to us. Give us your light. Give us your openness and let us see it. Let it be seen by everybody in this world, worldwide. I think they know, but make it more open and that light shine through to them. Because I believe, Lord, in your name, I believe that we are good people as a whole. And that's not just here. That's everywhere. Lord, I'm just asking you to shine the light on the darkness, on the ugliness, on those things that we really don't want to see, but we need to know. That we need to know that this is why we're where we're at, to take it out totally, not just half-ass, totally. All of this evilness needs to be taken away. And I just pray that we be patient. I pray that we be vigilant. I pray that we stand with our military when that time comes. I pray that we stand with the few leaders that we have that know that this mission needs to be done. Because, God, I know this is your world and you win. Always. Father God, thank you for bringing us together as a family. These few people, and there's others that stand and have their own time together. Father God, I just ask you, Lord, please make us strong. Make us believers. Let's stand and be one. In your name, my Father God, Creator, Jesus Christ's name, amen.
Amen.
Yeah, and if everybody can add those whistleblowers to their prayer list and conduct
Oh,
private
I'm
prayer.
sorry, I didn't do that. I apologize.
Well,
I
that's
can do
what
that
we
right
can
now.
do. Yeah, we
You
can
do it.
actually expand the prayer from outside of here to have people put our whistleblowers and the people involved in the real investigations and exposing all this corruption, criminal corruption at all levels. Just put those individuals, keep those individuals in your prayers and add them to your prayer list. Okay, thank you.
Well, why don't you do that prayer? That would be awesome.
Um,
Come on.
no, I mean, we're spreading the prayer outside of here.
Okay, I'll do it. You know what? It needs to be
No, I
done
mean,
now.
I'm not going to, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but, in
No,
my
I
faith,
think
I believe
you're
in,
exactly right. Okay,
right,
Lord,
private prayer.
Father, I'll do it.
Go ahead.
Lord,
Go ahead.
Father, let me add to this prayer. We have a friend within us that knows, and we have men out there sticking their lives on the line in these agencies that we have come not to trust, actually. These are good men. They are they're exposing the corruption. Lord, I just ask you, cover them with your grace, your love, and your favor over everything that is about to come. Because these are the men that are going to make the difference. These are the men, women, yes, and women that are going to make the difference when this all comes about. It's not going to be an easy road. They've made that decision. They made that decision to stand for righteousness, for godly things, and they won't bend nor break. And I just ask you to gird them with all of the things, the shield, everything in the Lord's Prayer. Please hold them close to you, Lord, because they've taken a stand in a position that is hard to do. Lord, we just ask you to cover them their families, and everything to keep them as one. In Jesus Christ's name, amen. I'm sorry. You know what?
Amen.
I'm sorry, RH. I forgot about that, and that's a very important prayer. Oh,
Well,
thank
yeah,
you.
appreciate you doing that. I'm not trying to make excuses. I really have a lot of faith in, you know, and me personally, I support a lot of private prayer. You know what I mean? Uh, Basically, there's scripture verses that backs that up. So I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but if we all, keep those people in your prayers, add them to your prayers list. The prayers can expand way past us, to far greater numbers. Where
Absolutely.
we, as a community, as a one in this community, we can all become one and invoke the power of prayer, right? Because these people really need it. Think about
Amen.
President Trump is up against. Think about
Oh,
his family, what they're up against. I mean,
oh,
it's not just the three-letter agencies. Also, we have to include the U.S. Secret Service, the security details that President Trump has and his family has. And
amen.
people top position, okay, now they're going to have to start protecting our Speaker of the House,
Amen.
our new Speaker of the House. You know what I
Amen.
mean?
I mean,
And we're not asking
here's the
for evil to come to
thing,
these other people either, like Pelosi or anything, because that's not
man.
gonna help anybody, right?
May I say
Uh,
something,
yeah, go ahead.
please? And I want you to keep speaking after I say this. The corruption's so, I mean, way deeper than we can imagine. And the ugliness, which we've kind of touched on here, there, and I don't even want to talk about it because it makes me sick to my stomach. The corruption is so deep. It is absolutely crazy. And it goes down to our school districts. That's how deep they've gone. And it's all satanic. I'm not a holy roller, okay? Please. But I believe in Jesus Christ as my Savior. I believe in God as my Creator. I believe in all that. But this, and there's so few of them. How do they control us all? Well, they control, and I'm not going to go into it, many different places that control us all at this point in time. I just pray that they're taken down and exposed and be done with.
We're missing a whole lot of good chats going by. I'm not trying to break all this up. The Maricopa County, I missed part of that. Let me go back and see if I can find all this stuff.
Travis, you got a great show.
Things that are really happening.
I've had my eyes closed for 10 minutes, so I didn't look at chat. I apologize. I was just
and have I. But one of the things that I find important, and normally I'm a little more interruptive about chat because a lot of times chat want to chime in on something that we're talking about, and 30 minutes later we address the comments. If this is our family, then our chat's just as important as anybody that's up here.
absolutely.
I want to get to everybody's questions and answers, even if I'm a dick about it. I don't mean to be. I want to be direct about a lot of this stuff. I don't know whether Christopher's upset the way I answered or responded to him, but I actually answered his question because he was asking if DeSantis was a white hat or a black hat. It doesn't make a shit to me. I do, and Liz Griswold made a comment that DeSantis and Fauci are in it's a mineral in Mounds, Oklahoma. I don't know. Is that just a business deal? I can't find anything else to tie that. And Liz, if you got something, please share it with me because I would love to see it. Untie a mess. I think that everybody's trying to get conservatives to turn against one or the other. And everybody's, well,
amen. You know what?
They're going to split the vote. No, you don't want that.
You said,
and that's why
you said the greatest thing that you've ever said. They're trying to break up the conservative party, not the Republican Party, because the Republican Party is not what we think it is. They're trying to break up the conservative party.
And
does that make sense?
Well, I would agree. I agree with that. And I think the conservative right and the extreme or the extremes of both parties are doing the same thing.
Yep.
I don't think either side is not guilty. And I think that everybody's going, well, Trump tired, Trump tired. No, he started a movement in this country that I think is a good thing. I really do. And is it conservative? Yes. It's not what these politicians have made it out to be, and we need to get it back to where it needs to be. And I don't know. The fact that somebody said the other night in chat that we need a third party. Well, is that going to split our party, or is that going to bring the middle together? Because the middle beats the extensions every time.
Good point.
Everybody's going, that'll split your base. It doesn't, because I think most Americans live in the middle. I'm not against welfare. Am I against career welfare? Absolutely.
Oh, I wanted to ask a question while you're all talking about splitting parties and everything. Remember that huge war chest that Jeb had back in 2016? What happened to that, like $100 million?
It went into his pocket. Went into his pocket, RH. I mean, come on. Every politician that gets whatever they're funded by, after it's all said and done, gets it put in his pocket. Hello. I mean, where does it go? It goes in his pocket. So there you go. I mean, that's what Travis is trying to say. This crap needs to stop. Funding from big corporations and big pharma, whatever. I mean, the largest contribution to a politician should be less than $5,000, in my opinion.
No, they shouldn't be giving it. If they want to run, they want it bad enough, they can walk door to door.
You know what? I like that even better, Travis. How do you do that as president?
You can get out there and do the work. You don't need. I don't want corporation money. Go with them.
I want you to run for position.
I wouldn't run dog catcher.
Yeah, you would. But you're right in a lot of ways. I mean, and term limits. I mean, Trump addressed everything. Term limits. Why in the fuck do we have people in Congress or in the Senate that have been in there for fucking over 10 years? The reason it was created was to go there, make a difference. Okay, in the original Constitution, okay, you go there, make a difference, get the fuck out, and move on. Because they own their own companies, land, whatever. Guess who?
You're missing kind of my point, though. All right, so let's just say term limits is the way. Okay, so George H.W. Walker Bush has a son. His term limits are up. Well, he shoves all his money up his son's ass, and his son's in there. We got the same thing that we had before, the same thing that we've been having before.
Are we finding out? Are we finding out that that was a corrupt situation?
But I'm just saying, if you do term limits, I'm just giving you an example that they're just going to shove money up one of their kids', one of their nephews, one of their nieces' ass until they get in there. They should not be able to take donations whatsoever. You want to raise money, you go out and sell T-shirts on the corner and tell people why they should vote for you. That's right. Potato's been in there for 49 years, and he's worked. We got to. The corporations are running politics in this country, and there's nothing we can do about it until we get a hold of it. Period.
No, they got to get gone. I mean, let's be honest. They've got to get gone.
But nobody can run against them because we have $1 billion to run for a Senate seat.
Why do we need $1 billion to run for any seat?
That's what I'm talking about.
I know.
I think it's $100 million minimum if you want to win a state Senate seat. Bullshit.
Well, let's think about this, Travis.
But people like us are out there going, and I haven't donated to a campaign in 15 years. But people are out there shoving money up Trump's ass to run. He doesn't need the GOP's money. He's going to run anyway. Period. He gets it. He just gave. Now, I don't think the rules are if you say you're running before a certain time, you don't get the GOP's backing.
He don't give a shit.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't care. But he has started a movement that's not just about Trump. It's about the middle of America getting our country back.
Amen. I'm glad you said that.
Well, I mean, that's the truth. Most people, if you see somebody that's strung on, you help them. I help them. That's what we do. The country's lost that. The rich people say that only poor people do that because rich people have never suffered, period. That's a quote from a rich person. Only poor people do that. Let the poor people say them.
There's no such thing in this. And I'm going to say this, it's going to probably piss off a lot of people.
We don't know. Go ahead. Throw it out there.
There's no such thing as poor people in this country, as far as the world economy goes. We got to be the example.
We should be the example.
Thank you. And we've got to be the example to all peoples of the world. I think Trump did that when he first got elected. He did a lot of, I mean, most people don't understand what he did with every country. He walked through all and showed them the nastiness and put it on the table for every country, every place where, children are being abused, this and that, whatever. I don't even want to talk about it because it makes me sick to my stomach. That's happening. It's happening now. It's got to stop. Satan and his group, the cabal, whatever you want to call them, has to stop. It's got to stop now. That's my opinion, and I stand by it. I hate it, and I can't imagine living through that hell where if my, of course, they're older now, but grandchildren were just disappeared. Think I would not be the most crazy motherfucker in the world? It happens every day. And it makes me sad. I'm sorry. And I'm not sorry for being that way. I want it to stop now. All of it. Number one, children. Adrenochrome. Oop, shit. Sorry. Said the bad word. It's got to stop.
Well, I'd agree with that. They're actually admitting now that you can have injections for younger people and make your whatever. But
I'm sorry.
we gotta be careful.
I know.
No,
I'm
that's
sorry. I apologize.
Well, one of the things that, and Dawn, and I'm not trying to take wind out of your sails, and I'm not trying to be derogative with this, because I agree with you. But one of the things that people that in this country don't realize is our numbers on missing and exploited children here are inflated. We're taking children from other countries and doing this stuff too, in my opinion.
Yes, sir. That's why they have their borders open.
No, well, that's part of the reason. Because where's the children? They don't have any accountability for none of those.
Yeah, because they have no names. Does that make sense?
President never mentioned Biden. Okay, well, hold on here. Well, but okay, so the Clintons, how many children did that mess up?
80? Oh, look at 80.
Okay, this is very interesting. Congress voted 61 to 37 to end it. This is not a Biden order. It only says the president, never mentioning Biden. They can mention Biden because who was the president on March 13th of 2020? President Trump was. Why did they want to wait until a week after 2022 election to finally dispute this? What are they afraid of? Good question. I will put that link.
I think I see what you're reading.
Okay. You guys thought I was kidding? I'm going to try to show this. Oh, it's not going to show it. There are 17 windows open because I closed one.
Good show, by the way, Travis.
Oh, we always have a good time.
No, I mean, you're being really serious, and it's awesome.
Well, but no, because I see the light at the end of the tunnel. It doesn't matter what we believe. What outside the what we can do with the realm doesn't matter what we believe. We have to stick to the program here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I want to know where all the kids are too. If one child is injured because of our government, you know what
that's too many.
One too many.
Amen.
Especially purpose. And I know there's a special place in hell for those people. I know there is. And I feel sorry for them when we get there. Not.
Okay, Travis, I want to show you 3 pictures in succession.
Okay.
Please do.
Okay. Now, pay attention to the coronavirus flower. You see that?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay,
Mhm.
now you know that facility in the background there? The coronavirus flower leads to the facility in DC that actually writes all our laws.
Right.
These are lawyers. These are corporate lawyers. DC corporate lawyers that aren't in office. They're not congressional representatives. They're not senators. What they do is they write the text of all laws. They'll find somebody in Congress or in the Senate to actually sponsor their laws. And what you're talking about, okay, earlier is all that pork barrel spending, all that other stuff they attach to these bills, right? And these resolutions. This is the main This is the main culprit right here. The coronavirus flowers leading to that facility that writes all our laws.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to share the next one.
Good job, RH.
Okay, you'll see the next one here shortly. Wait for it to come up on the YouTube. That's the White House.
Yeah, it's showing up.
Right, the corporate lawyers in charge of writing all our bills in DC, the District of Columbia, for that corporation. Those orders go to the White House. They went to Biden. Our president, our business manager, blocked those orders. Next one. That's the coronavirus flower again. The same flower.
Wow.
Next picture.
That's just, there we go. There you go.
There's the actual coronavirus under a microscope.
Let me ask you this question.
We'll
Larry.
be on. Hey, we'll be on channel 2 tomorrow, I'm sure, after all we talked about. Just kidding, guys.
All right, so may I ask you a question?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, you know, I respect you. You know, I've already kind of told you that in private. How can they have not, and this is all old news. They can't identify it. They can't put it down to where
Isolate it. Isolate. They have never isolated it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good words. Thank you, Travis. They have not isolated that thing. It was the fucking flu, to be honest with you, in my opinion. And, you know, what hurts me as a man and a person that had others in my family that took it. I didn't, of course. But, man, I hope and pray that there's a way to get that poison out of our bodies, or the people that fell for it, believed in the government, believed in this, believed in that, and I don't. I just want it known that they were victims of a corrupt government, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
RH.
I agree with you, Don. I agree with you. So
I wouldn't put a blade in me. You know, nothing. Zero from now on. That's sad, because there could be some good stuff coming down the road. You know what I'm saying? You know what? I'm gonna keep my body absolutely alkaline and vitamin C, D3, you know, zinc, and whatever. I'm gonna go natural, or make hydrochloroquine out of you know, orange peels, and grapefruit, you know, and drink that. That shit's available, you know, from online doctors and certain different people, whatever. But I mean, come on, man. My brother-in-law got killed. I mean, I got personal people that died, rendisafir, and then intimated and dead within a day. I told him, I don't even want to talk about it. I heard it.
Well, I'm gonna try to find this link and drop it in chat because I want you to go watch this. Now, this is a woke doctor. He has been a stupid left guy for a long time, Don. I'll actually find it and send it to you on a text message.
Please do.
I want you to go watch it. It's Dr. Drew's who it is. He used to be on MTV Teen Mom Psychologist or something. Well, now he's starting to question all this stuff, and he can say all these things on his channel because he's a psychologist, I guess. But he's not even more qualified than we are in this area. All we know is
Saying
that
it
we've
now?
been told.
Because he's afraid
Huh?
that he's going to be hung. If he
come out against it.
okay.
Well, I don't think he's totally against most of this, and he. Well, I'll send it to you because and I'll drop
No
it in
problem.
the chat too.
That's cool.
It's well worth the. Now I gotta remember which. I forgot.
I know. I've watched Malkovich, or I can't pronounce half of their names, but yeah, I've been down that road because you know what? I wanted to be responsible, but then there's this immediate people saying no, and okay, why no? So I decided to be in the what do you call it? The in a study, you got your people that are involved in it, and whatever, and then there's the ones that don't. So, here we go. I decided to be part of the control group. That's who I've been, and I swear to you, as God is my witness, I'm so glad I decided that, and most of my family did. Not all of it, but I can't control that. That was their decision, and I'm just scared shitless. I have a daughter, actually my oldest daughter. Not gonna say her name. That
Oh, good.
She's got a 5 and a 7-year-old. She injected them. I'm like, I don't have no words. I have no words. No words whatsoever. None. We're all proud.
Here it is. Okay, here it is.
They were all proud. Oh, Papa, I got my,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, and I'm in front of them. What am I going to do? Am I going to go off? No, I'm not going to go off. I'm just going to go away and cry. Pretty much. Anyway, all right.
I gotta remember what channel I'm on. Okay, I found it. I found it. I'll drop this link. I'll drop this link in chat, and then I'll drop it to everybody else. This is well worth a watch. Go watch any of Dr. Drew's videos. That's the link I just dropped in chat. And he's the guy that's from MTV, and he was the psychologist for these young teen kids. But now he's really, he's had some really good videos, and not many people can stay up. I don't know how he's getting to stay up. Is what I guess that's my big question. Don, I'll send it to you in a text.
Thank you.
And boom, there it is. On its way, buddy.
Thank you, brother.
I'll send it to you too, because I think this is information that RH would get into as well. Because you have to remember that these guys came from the left, and they're really questioning a lot of stuff. And this one here is a really good video. There's another one that says it's, and this may be the one I shared may be the one that this doctor claims it's a bioweapon.
It is a bioweapon. Really?
But a doctor claimed it on YouTube and they didn't throw him off.
It's a bioweapon.
A
It
doctor
gives you-
is claiming it
Okay.
on YouTube. Don, if you'd have said that 6 months ago, we're going to be over on channel 2, by the way, because they're going to come take this one down for saying that. I guarantee
Okay.
you that.
I'll
they
shut
get
up,
for it.
shutting up. I'll shut up, shutting up.
But listen to me. Now, why can a psychologist go on and have another person that comes on and says yes, it is, and then it's game over? That's not reasonable.
Well, and I
They're
apologize.
only giving opinions. They're only giving opinions too.
Okay, what I'm going to say is, and it'll be clean, is there is questionable evidence. Is all I'm going to say.
Let the lawsuits begin, because I think once
Oh,
they
it's
open
going to
the
be
closet,
ugly. It's going to be really ugly. But what I'm saying is questionable evidence that there might be something wrong. And I'm not even going to say that word. And
too late.
and I apologize, Travis. I got you brought down again.
Hey, Don, I'll tell you the same thing I tell RH. RH is always over there. Man, I don't want to say anything wrong. Just the video when you end.
Yeah, I know.
Let them come get me. I don't care. We'll go to 2 tomorrow.
All right.
That's
I love
the third for 2. But if I don't delete it, they'll at least let me preview it sometimes. They wouldn't let me preview the one the other night. I had to log into a different account that has permissions. I was logged into the same account. Hello.
whatever.
What I need to do is just get OBS up here so I can.
All you got
so
to
I
do
can
is change
record 'em.
your email address to get a new channel.
You know how many, Don? Do you know how many email addresses I have now?
I know.
Uh,
You figured it out before most of them.
yes, ma'am. I'll drop the link for 2. Oh,
Who
I
loves
gotta
you,
go find
baby?
it.
Who loves you, baby?
Baby. I do.
Yes, I do. That's all I'm
I
going to say.
can't yet. I'll have to dig for it. I'll put it up on the community page tomorrow. Oh, and by the way, we did have a friend of mine that's a veteran that took his life the other day, and let me go get that link. Marty Rao. He was a good dude. I thought things were going well for him. It was a shock to everybody. This is 2 in the last couple months of my veteran friends that passed.
I'm not going to say a word, but this is unbelievable. And you know what I'm saying? Without saying a word.
Yep.
I mean, seriously.
Those bastards won't even let me go. They won't even let me copy the link. Are you serious? I'm not happy about that. Anyway, I'll get the link tomorrow and drop it in there. So if you guys pray for Marty and his family, they're from Nebraska. Marty had a really good, successful business going on, and kids, grandkids. He was a Marine, I believe. Just a good guy. He'd do anything in the world for you. You know, sometimes we don't take into consideration the amount of stress that our veterans come back to. Be patient with these guys. I had a buddy of mine that's from northern Pennsylvania, and once a year he turns into the biggest asshole in the world because it's that time of year when all of his friends are killed overseas. All you can do is be there for him, send him a text message. I send Brad, my buddy's name up there, I send him a text message every day the whole time that's going on. June and July, he's terrible, and we get him through it every year. And now he's come around. His boys are the most important thing to him in the world. So I'm very proud of Brad. We're going to get Brad in here one of these days and he'll be drunk and stupid and just talk shit. But you know what? That's okay. He can say whatever he wants. I have all the respect in the world for him.
I'm there.
You have to say it again, Don. You're cutting up.
I said I've been there.
Yeah. Thank you, Canadian.
Is there's no reason for no war within these countries. There's no reason. All the good people want peace, want to love each other, support. That's what's been away from this world. And we are fixing it. It's going to be done.
I hope you're right, Don. I pray that you're right. I really do. Really, really do. Yeah. All right, guys. It's been 5 hours and 12 minutes. We're getting out of here.
That was a long 3 hours, Travis.
I told you I had at least 3 hours, and we went into express mode. Just like you say, though, once you get started, you don't realize how long it's taking.
Yeah, it goes by quite a bit, especially when you're researching one idea after the other, and trying to keep it coherent,
You get a lot of good people to have good conversations, and somebody can pull those things up. It can go crazy.
Now, I lost all that information I researched on that basically corporate facility in DC that writes all our laws now. Think about this, what they did. Thinking about it in these terms. Our representatives, our paid representatives, our legislators that's supposed to be making our laws, right? Supposed to be writing these bills and these resolutions. They're not even doing it. They've been sitting at home on an extended paid vacation on our dime. They continue to work from home, laughing all the way to the bank as they money launder all this billions and billions of dollars back into their own pockets. The U.S. taxpayer actually pays those corporate lawyers to write our laws. That's how the CARES Act was written. That's how that exercise, the Event 201, was paid for on our own soil.
Yep.
We're paying for the propaganda that they put out in our mainstream media every single day. We paid for that money laundering operation from FTX into the Democrat Party's coffers, right? And I believe right, to include Mitch McConnell, right? Got it. What did he get? A couple $1 million out of that?
2.5.
Right, and that's petty change, right? Compared to what they've been getting all along. I believe, you know what I mean? I believe people like Pelosi, they have a lot more offshore money than what's being reported. But they set their own precedent, right? So they forced Donald Trump to give his 5 years 1040 easy tax returns, right? So he produced those, right? Those of y'all that file your taxes, you know that's a joke, right?
Right.
Donald Trump owns how many businesses? Of course he doesn't file his own taxes, and of course he doesn't file a 1040 easy form, right? That's like a one-page tax return, right? So think about all the theft and how much debt they put us in because of all that
Right.
debt. Think of all that national debt, which the unconstitutional debt that we have, national debt. What is it, over $30 trillion now?
I don't know. I pulled the debt clock up last night. It was over 31 trillion. Yes.
It's almost overwhelming. And I think people's just had enough where they're out there and they're going to be very, very lawfully aggressive for them to stop all this criminality in our government. I think the time has finally come that we can start doing something about this and take back the power. That was always ours to begin with.
I pray you're right, brother. I do. Because they can't push any. Some of these people can't be pushed anymore. You know, I've learned to do without, and I'm watching. My mother struggles, and she lives with my brother. There's no reason for that. She worked her whole life for what? To have to move in with her son. Well, part of the reason is because she needed a little extra help doing some stuff, but financially she couldn't live out there on her own place that she owned.
Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah,
I'm kind of like in the same situation with my dad. I might have to move my dad in with me.
if that's what you got to do, I think it's kind of a weird thing. They pushed our families apart. We lost Dawn. They pushed our families apart. Now they're bringing them back together by stressing us out. Because financially stressed pushes our families back together. You know, I said one of the first things I said on Liberty's show was, "Where's our grandmothers?" My grandmother called me and told me we were going to be somewhere. I showed up because I knew if I didn't, she'd come get me. I see you over there, Echo Crash.
Oh, can y'all see that abbreviation? Okay, it's the ACHU, the C is the ACHU.
Hey, watch this.
Yeah, acute pulmonary syndrome. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
You know what? All right, it's an honor to do that. I've done that with my father-in-law and my mother. I'd never changed those days, ever. Ever.
Well, the thing with my dad is still, he's so independent, I say I might have to move him in, but that would be the last thing he wants to do, right?
I know. Yeah, he's a strong man. That's cool.
Right.
Oh, now EOS, Donald Savin. That's funny. I didn't even do that.
I did. I forgot to tell you that I have the ability to change your name when you come in here. I'm sorry, Don.
That's funny as shit.
Not was there.
That is funny as shit. God, I love you, Donald Savin. Anyway, hey, guys, who's in the stream, please believe God is in control. Please.
Absolutely. I've never doubted that. You know what? Since you said that, Don, I'm not scared of anything. If I die today, I know I'm okay. Do I want to stay here and save this world for my children and my grandchildren? Absolutely.
Amen.
I'm not afraid for me at all.
I'm not laughing. I'm you. But then, damn it, Rhino. I mean, like the Philippines or somewhere. I'm not wanting all that, but damn, you could live like a millionaire on $10,000 a month. I mean, shit. And he said,
Sorry, I'm laughing at that.
his deal is $1,800 a month because he's a millionaire, and I'm going like, fuck, I could go there and fucking go crazy, and I'm not gonna go crazy.
Right.
But you know, anyway, that's another story, and we'll talk about that later. But hey, all right, you're doing a good job. Thank you, love you, Travis, as always. You're a great guy, and I'm sitting here going, what the fuck? Love you, baby. I do.
Love you, baby. I do.
That's it. That's all I got.
Right.
Trolling the troll. Where we go one, we go all.
That's right. And
we're standing tall in that storm, right?
Now he's echoing, but we're okay. Do we stop it? Yeah, we stop.
That's
Don,
that's echo though.
give me a second there. I know. Ellen can put where we go one, we go all anytime in my chat, and we as a collective people know that if we all stick together, we all survive. Period. I will back her, and anybody comes in here to talk shit, just throw them out because I'm done with it. So we can get Don back there. Don, are you
Trolling the trolls. You know what's amazing about those individuals that know everything, right? They claim they know everything. They don't have no inside information. We've been saying this from day one. They just don't listen. They cherry pick what they want. Take our material, our content, and make it their own. Right?
Sorry, I had to mute Don. You're exactly right. All they're doing is making content off somebody else's content. We at least are trying to figure out stuff, whether we're right or wrong. Did it? You know what? And I've been guilty of this since I got here. And now I'm fixing to do a massive road trip. I'm going to, well, it depends on what my mother tells me tomorrow. I may be in North Carolina on Monday, Texas on Wednesday, and California on Friday. And take care of everything I got to take care of. Whoop, we lost Dawn. So it's going to be a marathon. If you guys want to hop along for the ride, it's always a good time. We always have such a good time on the road trips. That's right. It's a God thing. That's right. Hell, it is a God thing. Because the fact that where we go one, we go all, it's the same thing. Yeah, we're still on, Stacy. If we all pull together, we all survive. If we don't, nobody survives, period. So this infighting is just designed for that in my mind only. What do you say, RH? Under one nation under God. That's right.
Indivisible. We're supposed to be indivisible. Thought we learned that lesson by now. With liberty and justice for all.
That's
all
right.
of us.
You know, we're gonna have to go back to having the Pledge of Allegiance every night instead of the Star Spangled Banner because
Hey, can you remove that? I got something to share for you, but you have to remove the chat banner.
Gotcha.
What?
Moved it.
You didn't see my new name?
Q-tard plus is all I see.
Okay, that's it. That's the message. That's the new message. Y'all can call me Q-tard plus from now on.
That's right.
That's fine. I'll take that as a badge of honor.
That's right. Because we believe in the movement. We don't believe in the Q stuff. You know, I know we had a lot of fun with the Q stuff tonight, though. And I'm not making fun of people that do believe in it, but by no means. In fact, I actually asked Brenda to come up. She wants to break down some of the speeches. I'm okay with that. Do I believe it? Not necessarily, because it has a bunch to do with numbers, and numbers are things that I can manipulate to make whatever I want to. So, but I will never, ever Q-turds what she. Richard says you need to put Q-turd into there instead of Q-tard. That's a good one, Richard.
I was going to put a number 1 QTAR, but I didn't have enough spaces to write all that.
Oh, that's funny. All right. Well, all right. I appreciate you coming up, everybody. It's always a good time. I didn't know I was going to do 5 hours and 30 minutes, but sometimes it just goes. And I know what I'm sorry if I got agitated with some of the chatters tonight. If you guys want to come in here and ask legitimate questions, I get it. And if you get upset because I answered it in the most blunt way that I can, because I'm not sugarcoating it anymore. I'm done. I'm done. You know, I don't. You can call them black hats, white hats, whatever you want to call them. Good against evil. I don't care. It's the right side against the wrong side. It doesn't matter. But when I feel like that you're stirring stuff in here, I'm just going to say what I say. And then I did explain it. I thought I did a very good job of explaining the whole deal, because we need to concentrate on taking our country back instead of insulting our own people. I could have said that a lot nicer earlier, I guess. So and I didn't. And,
Yeah, I wish I lost all. I researched hours and hours of that picture, my avatar picture now, of that facility that writes our bills now. I did a deep dive and I researched hours and hours and hours and wrote a long article on Facebook, and they took it all down. All I have left is that picture. And I forgot the name of the facility in DC. I lost it all.
Okay.
I've been looking for weeks and weeks for the information, because I'm sure I shared it to somebody else. I thought I shared it to you, and I lost it all. So
I didn't get it. Have you signed up for Kramer Says yet?
I believe I did a while back.
Okay. Mine is Trainwreck Travis over there. That's who I am. Simply prefer one.
Oh, on Facebook?
No. Kramer Says is a different deal.
Is that a website?
Yes. It is not an app. It's
Okay.
a CRAMERSEZ social.
Okay.
I'll send you a link to it, RH. You want to talk about free speech? Whew, they don't care. The first post I put over there was the 2020 was woo and blah, blah, blah. You know what they did? Nothing. I got 87 likes.
Wow.
And they're fixing to have it where we can do our lives over there, and they can't take that shit down. Okay, so a lot of the TikToks that I sent you of Kramer Says, we all need the link to that, please. Okay, let me get the link. Kramer Says. There's not a lot of people over there yet. It's a new website. Excuse me. Why did I go into my email? I don't know what happened there. I hit the wrong button. Here, I'll get it for y'all.
Didn't President Trump say that he's going to try to pass the law to stop some of that stuff? I can't remember. He got into kind of specifics, like You couldn't like
Well,
take any special interest type money.
I don't know. Copy.
Or you
Paste.
couldn't, if you're in Congress, you couldn't join these boards like these, we call those large donor boards. Remember, he went into that in kind of detail. I kind of forgot the exact wording. You couldn't do
Okay.
You couldn't do any insider trading. So you think
Yeah,
about it.
I think
The corporate lawyers are writing the laws, and that's how exactly way Pelosi and those people understand what to invest in, because they're writing the laws. The corporate
Exactly.
lawyers are writing the laws, and that's what
called
President Trump,
insider trading.
right. That's what he exposed also in his speech on the 15th.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
believe Donald Trump's got so much information. If we had just part of it, you know what I mean? We probably couldn't handle it. So
Okay. Did everybody see the Kramer says? I tagged Kathy in it. Please go sign up over there. It's not like there's a lot of people over there. They are good, conservative people. There's going to be some libtards coming in there. That's okay too. Nobody's getting banned for whatever they say. We're going to be able to restream this to their platform. He said he hopes by the first of the year. Watch hundreds of sheep have been walking around in a circle for over 10 days in Mongolia, China. That's not good. But anyway, sorry, I got distracted again. My phone rang twice. Hang on, Dawn. I'll be there in a minute. I'm gonna end with love your neighbor, know your neighbor, help your neighbor. That used to be my closing statement every night, and I still stay true to it today. That's it. What do you got, RH? Q-turd.
Q-turd plus plus.
I like Q-turd plus better.
Just hang in there and hold the line, right?
Yeah.
And don't allow these people to compel you to break the law, commit physical violence. Now, I'm not talking about self-defense. Now, that's not unlawful physical violence. Stop getting them to lure you into becoming them, right? Just laugh at them, brush them off, and move on. Dust the feet off. Basically, kick the dust off your feet. Move on, right? Just laugh at them. Remember what we did at Mar-a-Lago on August 10th?
We had a good time. Everybody was worried to death about us going into a trap. Trust your faith. Go do what's right.
That's all I have for tonight. I appreciate you allowing me coming on, Travis.
Hey, I appreciate you coming up, all right? I really do. I'm sorry I don't have time to jump between channels all the time. Man, it's been crazy. And last night, my computer decided it was going to reset right in the middle of your stream, and then I couldn't get back on. And when I could get back on, the link wouldn't work. I went over to Rhino for just a little bit and was still watching your chat, but
I forgot to add to that group of people that are in that facility there in my avatar picture. The big pharma corporate lawyers too are in there. Okay. Well, that's
Yep.
all I have for the night, Travis. Again, appreciate allowing me to come on, and
No problem, buddy.
I wish you didn't lose that video. Do you still have that video, Mar-a-Lago? Still on your phone, right? Or you just
I
live
think
streamed it?
no, well, I live streamed it. I'm not sure what channel. I had 2 channels taken completely away.
That was on 17Q or whatever.
Yeah, it's done. 17's gone. The trolls got me.
You're thinking though, because you were just going live through your mobile data, right? So you wasn't actually saving the video on your phone.
I didn't save it on the phone, no.
Oh man.
That is what it is. Somebody's got it somewhere. We'll find it.
Yeah. All right, Travis. Well, good morning,
Good morning.
good night, and good day wherever anybody's at. You take care.
All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow somewhere. Love you guys. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for the likes, comments. I appreciate it. We'll be coming to a city near you soon. I'm going to do a wild cross-country tour here pretty soon, I think. I'm stopping in Oklahoma City to see the fur people. You guys aren't furries, are you? Just kidding. I'm just kidding. We're just country folks. Look, I'm just a regular person, just like all you guys are too. Hi, Julie. Did you wake up to their clothes, or was you watching the whole time? Anyway, we're all just regular people. Don't think that I'm unapproachable. I give my phone number to a lot of people. I've got 2,900 contacts in my phone, and I answer my phone almost every time. And that being said, I got to call Dawn back. Anyway, I'm fixing to try to do the world's fastest coast to coast. Hope you guys will join me because it's going to be a good time. We're going to go out and help Lisa Anderson, and I'm going to come back to Texas, take my mother to her brothers, and then the rest is a mystery. Good night, y'all. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I have been sleeping. Okay.